Okay, here, look. Here's the plan. Look, here's the plan. Okay, so we're going to tell all the folks about what your New Year's resolution is going to be this year. It's going to be to be a good dog this year and not a naughty dog. Like last year, where we almost didn't have Santa Claus come visit because you was a naughty dog. So this year, you're going to tell everybody your New Year's resolution is going to be a good dog. Okay, that's a good plan, right? Okay, yeah, well, that's what we're gonna do. Okay, you ready to go? Ready to go? Push the button. All right, welcome to Muddin and Beags Live, episode 25. How is everybody doing out there in Lolly Land? We are ready to rumble as usual. Pop, 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 boop, pop, pop, pop. Come on, let me at him. All right, Muddin's fired up, ready to go. He's ready to do some mudding. And we're gonna burn the Christmas trees tonight, cause that's what we do around here. I hope everybody's doing okay out there in Lolly Land. Wanted to share a little show and tell tonight. This is something I made quite a while ago, many years ago. It's a piece of wood I carved out to. It was something It was a concept I was working on for a project, and ended up not using it, but I always thought it was cool. I saw it today, and I thought I should share that just for shots and giggles. Um, but I went to the natural store this week, the new natural store. I forget what the place is called, Natural Remedies or Natural. I think it's Natural Remedies. Um, Welcome, Teresa Gregory and Hippie Shake and Sigsar. How you doing? Hope you had a good Christmases. So I went to the natural store and picked up a few things I needed, and I got some activated charcoal, and I got some dicontatious, I'm pronouncing it wrong, earth, and I got some some natural soap, peppermint smelling. Smells really good. Makes your booty smell like peppermints. And I got some tallow soap. I figured I'd try to give that a try. I got some fancy apple cider vinegar mix that they make there, and it's got all kinds of good stuff. I should have took a picture of it because it's over there in the refrigerator. But it's like it's got all kinds of good stuff in it, and I got some of that, and it's like they call it fire cider, but it's because it's got a cayenne pepper in it, which is actually really good for you. But I got that, and what else I get? I got what is this stuff? I got uh, Shilajit. Shilajit. Got some of that. I don't know if y'all can read that. Shilajit. Got some of that. Give that a gander. Try that out. I got some fluoride-free and alcohol-free mouthwash, which was really cool because I've been looking for that for a long time. And because you just can't get that in regular stores at all. So that's pretty cool. I can't remember what else I got. What else did we get, bud? You don't remember either, do you? I got some nitric beetroot nitric. Well, it's not beetroot. No, that's something else. I got it's like a nitric oxide powder. It helps with the getting the ticker, keeping the ticker going good, and it got the I got some beetroot juice for helps you chase down some things. Um, Anyways, it was a really cool trip. Got some stuff that I don't know. It's just nice to have a store like that. And my friend went with me, and he got vitamin C, and he was like, "My God, that's expensive vitamin C." It was like $20 for a bottle. I'm like, "Yeah, but it's probably a lot better than that crap you buy." He's like, "Yeah, you're probably right." So he's been having a lot of health problems, and I was trying to spend a little time with him. He ain't doing so hot these days, so it'd be nice to spend a little time with him because he's getting up there and all his health problems. You just never know. And but anyways, I went over to his house and helped him. He got some wireless headphones for Christmas. He didn't know how to hook them up, so I hooked them up for him and took care of him
take care of that business. And I think that's about it. Just I got these cookies. Just I know this isn't something y'all can. Well, y'all might could get these. I don't know. I got these cookies. They're y'all can see these. They're called cranberry white chocolate shortbread cookies, 2-bite. And I like shortbread cookies if they're made well. And I was like, I don't know about this cranberry and chocolate business, but I picked them up just to try them, just because it was interesting. And boy, I tell you what, they're good. They're not real sweet. And I like that. I like it when it's sweet is not too sweet. I like that a lot. So most of the sweets these days are just like they're just so overpowering. They're not good to me. So I like um, a subtle, kind of sweetness. Anyways, I'm rambling about nothing. Um, so what else? Somebody told me I should check out that new John Levy video, and he's watching some guy. I forget the guy's channel. Doesn't matter. And the guy is going and looking at uh, a river, a graveyard, which ain't that big a deal, because these meltologists think graveyards are melted buildings, which they're not, or circuit boards, whatever they think they are. I don't know. I can't get in their fucking heads. But then you got he goes down to this river, and there's all this debris from what are obviously old world buildings, and there's concrete and stone and bricks and rebar and asphalt. And I tell you what, I did just listening to horseshit coming out of his mouth. He is very clever about how he is putting forth this new. I don't even know how to describe it. It's like a well-versed bullshit, and it's just incredible how much crap's coming out of his mouth. Look, y'all, let me explain to you what these guys are looking at so that it's clear. When a demo company demolishes the building, they don't take it to the landfill. Okay, they don't take the bricks and the stone and the concrete and the asphalt to the landfill. They take it to places that need fill, or they take it to places that need what fill is when, let's say you have a piece of land, and it's got one grade, okay, and you need to make it 10 feet higher. Well, you're not going to bring in 10 feet of dirt for many acres. You're going to fill it up with debris, and this debris, the concrete and the stone and the bricks, make excellent fill. And then once they get it to close to the height that they need it, they'll fill that with dirt, and it creates a base. And then on riverbeds, what they do is they use it so that the rivers don't wash out, and it makes the riverbeds strong, and it's a way of reinforcing the riverbeds. But these guys, he's going on and talking about how there's this. He's going on about the old world asphalt, acting like it's an old world product. He's going on and saying that what looks like stone cannons to him, that maybe they are cannons that are turned to stone. I mean, just absolute horseshit. And I just want you guys to be on your A game when you watch his stuff, that he is mixing truth in with bullshit, and he's very clever at it. And you need to be very careful, because at some point, John Levy is going down. He is a Titanic that his ass is up in the air and he's sinking. He's going under. And I would get to the lifeboats if I were y'all. And that's just my advice to you. But you can do whatever you want. We'll be right back. Okay, that was probably feeding back. I forgot this stupid thing. I don't know why. StreamYard, you suck ass, by the way. That when you play a video off the damn StreamYard thing, because I can't play it in um the used to, you could load up a video in the free version and play the video, and it would shut the damn audio off, the microphone off when you play the video. But when you have to load it up like I have to do now, because StreamYard took away that service, it doesn't shut off the damn microphone. So probably it was feeding back going there. So that, sorry about that. That was my fault. Otherwise known as StreamYard's a fucking asshole. Sorry. Excuse my French. So let's okay, I'm gonna add, I'll go ahead and get into it. Welcome, haha, how you doing tonight? And let's see here if I can get everything honky dory. Okay, so we're good to go. Just a start off, kind of a begin our little meditation here tonight. Let me make sure you can actually see that, because it's hitting underneath my beautiful face here. Okay, so this is a screenshot from Mr. My Lunch Break, and his last video called the FOIA, FOIA. I thought it was pretty interesting, and it was an interesting concept to do a basic gist of it. He did a FOIA request asking for, I believe, building permit, building architectural plans, blueprints for a certain building in a certain place, and he's done this a couple times, and I think that's a really interesting idea, in the fact that I don't believe they're going to be able to provide those architectural plans in most cases, or in many cases, but more importantly, I think it's a futile thing to do ultimately, because they don't have the plans, and what they're going to do is, if by chance we put their feet in the fire and made it, showed that they don't have these plans, um, welcome Dragon Sage, and showed they didn't have the plans, um, welcome Kathy Broughton, how you doing? um, they they will just say, and like, give an example, in Raleigh, North Carolina, the early plans, all the records were burned in a fire. And a lot of times you're going to have stuff like this. Oh, it was destroyed in a flood. Oh, it was burned in a fire. Or oh, we didn't keep good records. Oh, we lost the records. Oh, we haven't updated records and they're buried somewhere and we don't know where they are. It would be too hard for us to find them, but we'll find. It's all bullshit. They don't have the records. But this point right here, I think, is absolutely dead nuts. I screenshotted this from his video just because I just thought it had such a good point. It says anything built inside a municipality requires a building permit. Okay. And that is something that should be on file for every single building after a certain date, depending on the location. I mean, you should be able to find out what date that your location started issuing building permits. There should be a date that started happening. And if your building that you're trying to research was built after that date, supposedly, bada bing, bada boom. Where's the building permit? Where is that permit? Welcome to Sonic Q. How you doing? So, this is an important legal issue. Next thing is architectural plans. I don't know if y'all know this, but in construction, you don't build a building with no plans. You have plans, because everybody, all the different workers have to be able to know what to do, and you can't just sit there and tell them over and over again what to do. They have to be able to go to architectural plans. We have that today. Okay. And for massive buildings, I mean, there has to be an architectural plan. Then you have to have like engineers that have gone through these plans to make sure they have engineered the building so it will actually stand up. There has to be plans. If there's not plans, there's a problem. Where are the plans? And they have to be filed with the municipality, the city, to the town, because they're not just going to let you throw up a castle in the middle of downtown Chicago because you like castles. You've got to be able to produce those plans. Blueprints. Where are the blueprints? Inspection records. When I built decks for a while, okay, the inspector would be all up in your business, okay, and they would, you would dig the footing, and they would come out. You'd have to wait for them to come out there and stick their little rod down in the dirt to make sure that it's deep enough, okay. And if you passed, you got to move on to pouring concrete. If it didn't pass, you had to dig it deeper, and you had to wait for them to come back to inspect it, and then you could pour concrete. Then once you poured the concrete, you had to wait for it to cure, and then you had to, to a certain point, and then you had to call them back to inspect that before you could build on it. Then when you attached to the house, they had to come and inspect it. Then once you got the deck up, they had to come and inspect it. If you built stairs, they had to come and inspect it. If you built two little stairs going up into a garage, from the garage into a house, they had to come check. If they were 1 inch off in either direction, you failed. You had to build the stairs again. You couldn't fix them. You had to build them again. Inspection records. Where are the inspection records is my point. Occupancy certificates. That you have to, the fire department, they have to know how many people are safe to be in that building. There has to be an established amount of people. You can't just have a building and invite 50,000 of your closest friends and stuff them in at every corner and crevice. There has to be an occupancy limit to a building. These are not optional, as he says. They are required by law for safety, liability, taxation, and record keeping. All of this is true. And here's the thing. Where are the records for all these buildings? Now, I want you guys to keep this in mind as we go through the images tonight. And remember that we're not seeing no, construction sites. These buildings are already built. All these pictures are taken between 1890 and 1910. That means that everything you see here is already there. That means it was there before then. You don't see new stuff being built, maybe here and there, but you don't see stuff being built. You rarely see an actual building construction photos. You do see them, but compared to the amount of buildings that are already there, that we have documented photographs of and films of, okay, there is no construction in these images. And it's very, very rare, and that is very sus. So that being said, let's get into it. I hope you guys are doing all right, and we're going to go mudding right now. First off, we got a glimpse of the capital of Albany, New York. Bada bing, bada boom. I bet Mr. Contractor's been here and taken a look before. Got Junior over here checking out ladies in uniform. Got Fred back here doing what Fred does. Got some brown stony kind of buildings there. Got an arc light. Look at those big ether lights. I believe those are old etheric lights. And they got the copper. Copper is very important. This is something that just always cracks me up. Keep off grass. Why do they want you to keep off the grass all the time? You know what I think it is? I think because the grass was new. Because the only time it really, I think, matters that you keep off the grass is when it's new. I mean, what are you going to do? Walk across the grass and hurt the grass? It's grass. You know, it's kind of meant to be walked on. It's you know, it's its thing. These arches, Taurus fields. Look at these massive freaking steps. Incredible. Just something about those steps just doesn't look right to me. Look at all these etheric lights right here. We see your booty. Got some awnings back here. Got some Mudflood windows down here. Big arches. Wee. Got porthole. Arches. Venetian shells. Looks like a possible fleur-de-lis right there. Kind of hard to tell. Got a feather finial. Looks like an unscrubbed cartouche, but it's hard to see it. These little eggs here, they could represent pine cones, maybe, of the pineal gland. Taurus field, kind of hard to see though. Look at that beautiful chimney. Now, chimneys were not chimneys; they were part of the wind catchers. And the wind catchers were a way to get the fresh air moving through the building. It also would, you could transfer, they could transfer cool air through the building, or they could transfer warm air through the building. They had some really cool tech back then. Um, Now, when we came along and found these buildings, we used those channels that ran through the building as conduits for electrical and plumbing and crap like that. And then we used the chimneys as fireplaces, which is why a lot of these places burned down. We got Pikes Peak Prospector. So he's looking for some gold. I just thought this little wood stove here was just beautiful. Very cool. Just, that detail in there is just amazing. It's like could be a coal stove, maybe. It's interesting how he's got the chimney going up. He's using that to hold on to the pipe, I guess. But this is something we definitely constructed. We're good at stuff like that. Got some cool britches there, fella. Got a puppy down here hanging out. I don't know what that stuff is. Cuddling. I don't know. Alrighty. We've got a room in the house of Panza, Saratoga, New York. House of Panza. Okay. Got a Masonic checkerboard floor. These are interesting. Maybe I don't know, maybe a dragon? I don't know. I don't know, maybe a dragon or I don't know. Not sure about that. Diamond symbology. Sure. Tartarian line there. Maybe a peacock? Look at these lamps. That detail on the lamp, that's pretty wild. Those are neat. I think those are pretty cool. It's got a torus field look to it. Check these ladies out. I don't know what she's up to. She looks like she's, what, she got her a bull? I don't know. He's got the bait and tackle out. I don't know what's going on there. Oh goodness. Okay, it's a weird room, man. Oh, there's a flat Earth asterisk in case you need that. You got your vertical, your horizontal. Horizontal represent the flat Earth. Your vertical, I believe, represents the north and south magnetic poles of the X, which is representing the torus field, the double torus field, in my opinion. That you would have a torus field here and a torus field here, and this would be the electromagnetic flow pattern with your north and your south of the two torus fields together, and your 0 point would be here in the center where we are. Welcome to 0 point. There's some more right there. That's creepy looking. Some more flat Earth asterisks back there. Interesting little stand for that sculpture there. Check that out. What in the world? Reminds me of that the Starbucks lady. Forget what she's called. This reminds me of a torus field in a way. Strange room. Okay, got Antelope Island, Great Salt Lake, Utah. So we're gonna go visit the Mormons over here and see what they're up to. That must be Charlie Kirk right there, hanging out, enjoying his vacation. Valhalla. I wonder if you can float in the Great Salt Lake like you can in the Dead Sea because the salt content's so high. Anyways, this is a confirmed vanilla sky image. You can see where they have scraped out the background here. The original background was right here, and they have scraped out right there on the mountain. So I don't know what was going on back there, but those aren't toys. And I don't know what they were doing, but they certainly did not like that background. A little sailboat out here. So that's kind of weird. I don't know. And we got Brighton Beach, New York. Of course, everybody's closed head to tilt. That's odd. Just a random picture on the side there. There's Mary Poppins. Here's some more of those random pictures. I don't know what those are about. Oh, there's people come. Okay. These bathing suits are something else. Oh, that's pretty cool right there. I like that. It'd be fun to build one of those things. Kind of, I'd have to make some alterations, but how can you sit in those hot ass clothes on a beach? I don't get it. This dude has been to the tequila shop right there. Definitely has been into the tequila. Good for him. Hoorah. There's Waldo. Oh, I got to have that hat right there. That's something else. It's just people are just, there's a lady in uniform. I mean, they're just in their full uniforms hanging out on the beach. And today we go basically in our underwear. Nice arc light because we're going to go swimming in the ocean at nighttime. Yeah, I'm going to pass on that. I don't know why people do that. Neither indecent bathing suits nor immodest deportment will be tolerated on the beach. Immodest deportment. What does that mean? Well, you got me there. Okay. Might be guilty of that. Not sure what that is. That's weird how this has gotten chipped out. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, that looks super sketchy. Can you imagine the insurance that we required to build that today? Boy, that look at that curvature. That is some hella curvature right there. That almost looks like an oil rig out there. Not saying it is. When anybody gets their knickers twisted, he said there's a damn oil rig out there in the damn ocean. My goodness, Bates done gone off the damn deep end. Is that supposed to be the sun? I mean, what is that? No, I don't think so. Boy, that is. I bet you could put a level on that. I mean, Broadway and Congress Hall, Saratoga, New York. Yes, yes, yes. Welcome, Insane. How you doing? Do, 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 do. Y'all having fun over there in the chat? That I hope so. That does like little Mario. Check out these gas lights. There's Fred. Fred being the horse that built America. Fred's the one who brought all this stuff in. Definitely not a donkey. I'm sorry. Can't go there. Lofty Brothers. Handmade Parisian goods. Oriental. Cobblestone brick road that's not melted. Sorry. So she got her a truncheon. She's going to knock somebody. Gypsy camp. Do. It's interesting. You know, you got this porch here. What's going on underneath that porch? Gas lamps. Good looking awnings. Beautiful tourist field. And it's my understanding that this is called a double tourist. Double tourist. That I don't know. I'm looking into that, but that's that's what I've been told. Um, I asked for an explanation. I didn't. The explanation I got wasn't enough to explain it. It was more like a cookie cutter architectural college answer. This is from a it's like a guy that does architectural stuff on YouTube. I inquired about his speaking on it. I thought it was interesting. He answered back, but wasn't enough of an answer to give me, what it didn't answer the question. It answered the question in his eyes. I understand his. He answered it in a way he was taught. I guess I should say, which is I get it. I'm not looking for what they teach in school. I don't care about that. C and NW Railroad, I guess, Chicago Northwest Railway, I guess that's what it is, station, Fort Sheridan, Illinois. This is a famous sidewalk they would build. Before they built concrete sidewalks, they would do this, brick sidewalks, wood it up. Got some of our crisis actors here, fake cannons. I believe the Civil War was a show. They put on this big show for the country to go out and destroy the old world. And they used it as a cover to go out and blow shit up, tear shit down. I don't think it was what they told us it was. Look at that big wing catcher. Whee! I'm still watching the show, The Great, about Catherine the Great. And it's really interesting, but this is weird right here. Look at this roof, that all the tiles that are coming off of it. I wonder what happened here. Look at that other finial. Almost, you almost have to wonder if it was struck by lightning. I don't know. That's kind of weird. Ivy all over the building. But in this show, you got the juxtaposition between how the rich are living and how the poor are living. Look at this ironwork on this train here. Pretty wild. This is probably the Detroit Photographic Company train, maybe. It's hard to tell, but because they ran around with their own train. I can't remember what it actually looks like, but there's been pictures of it I've shown here. But it just makes you realize that by watching these historical movies and TV shows that of back in the day, that all these stories about war to me are just absolute bullshit. I just cannot believe that people you can have people that are living so high on the fucking hog that like they can do anything they want, anything, and yet you got people that are there. This is Carnegie Library, Pittsburgh, PA. That these people, you got the people, the poor people that are paying the taxes to fund the church and the state. These people are suffering. They don't got shit, yet they're paying for the rich to wallow in their own filth. And to believe that story, it just doesn't ring true to me. I just can't imagine that the people wouldn't just pick up their pitchforks and shove it up their, the rich people's ass. Yeah, it just like, we're going to go off and die in wars for you so you can have, tea and crumpets and caviar. Fuck you. Fuck you. Like, what are you talking about? No, we're not going to do that. No, I'm not going to send, my children to go die for your war. No, I'm not going to go and fight for you to drink, champagne and, you know, screw to help. No, no, I'm not going to, pay for you to sit around and look at art and listen to music and eat high on the hog when I'm over here. Like they've got this scene where Catherine Great goes to the battlefield, and she takes boxes of macaroons, and she was given one macaroon to each soldier, and I'm like these soldiers are taking this macaroon like they've literally like been given their last meal, like, and it's like, are you serious? These men are out there literally putting their life on the line. They're fighting, and they've got less than a fucking macaroon in their belly. I mean, the shit just don't even make no sense. I'm saying it's bullshit. Is what I'm saying. I'm saying our history is a big ass steaming pile of horse shit. Porthole. That's what I'm saying. None of this shit is real. Music with a V, I believe that's old world writing. That's an opinion. Laurel leaf of control, architectural urns. And John Levy tried to say one time that these housed the ashes of giants, which is not true. That's bullshit. I got a pine cone representing the pineal gland. This cartouche has a harp in it. See, there's a V for the U. I think anytime you see that, I think that indicates that it's old world writing. It's just an opinion. I believe English was the language that was used here. I believe it's a lot older than we're told. These are portholes, all these rounded windows. The wind catchers here. A fleur de lis looks like. Not sure what that critter is there. Let's see if we can. Well, it could be an eagle. It's really hard to tell. Poor holes all across here. Leonardo, Raphael, Michelangelo, Titan. I wish these were clear. I can't really make them out. Look at that door. Probably a 12-foot door. Mudflood windows. There and there. See this dirt lined up around the building? I mean, I think that is left over from the mud flood. I think that wasn't originally there. Now, I think we do have architectural plans for some buildings, but you have to understand that you can easily draw an architectural plan from a building that's already there. I mean, that's something that could easily be done by an architect. You know, I think more importantly, where are the records of the permits for the building and the inspections, all the legal paperwork that would go along with such a construction. There would be documentation paperwork of every step, gas, electrical, plumbing, anything that was put on, the roofing, the windows, the stone, the brick, the foundations, there would be documentation of some form. And interesting, a bent railroad tie reminds me of the what are they, the Sherman's bow ties. Now, I don't think you're going to find the documentation. I don't think you're going to take I really don't believe that my lunch break is going to take out a FOIA request and get any of this documentation. And not because they won't give it to him, but because they don't have it. And I don't think that, like, I don't really think that we're going to expose, like, you know, them because they won't give out the documentation. This is Clarendon Hotel, Saratoga, New York. I don't think it's going to like you know, explode onto the mainstream. Oh my gosh, they don't have any of the documentation. No, you know, I think it's going to be like me trying to get my my EMT story to, you know, the bigger channels. It's so difficult to get any story out. Like if you prove something, I mean, it's really difficult. There's Fred right there, to get a story to the public. It is, you know, almost impossible. This is weird. I wonder why they got this some kind of post or something back here, and then it's like tied somehow to the steeple. I don't know. That's kind of weird. I don't know what that's about. Odd. Very weird. The famous Washington Iron Spring. Can't read it. It's really too blurry for me. Arc light. That's really wild. Look at that. You got a porch up here, and then you've got, this is like really weird because like, unless the rain was coming straight down or coming from a different direction, if the rain was coming this way, you'd be pounded by the rain. Like, you couldn't sit on this porch. Like, that's why we put our porch, you know, the height of the porches, the roofs of the porches lower, because that way you can sit on the porch even when it's raining. Because, you know, that's actually nice to sit on a porch when it's raining, if you've ever done it. Like, you couldn't sit on this porch normally. Not to mention the fact that it wouldn't, you know, unless if the sun was coming in, like half the day you'd be blasted by sun, and hopefully it's not in the afternoon. I don't know. It's a weird. I don't think that's a very good design, but I don't know. It's kind of strange. Uh, Convention Hall, Saratoga, New York. Like that mustache there, fella. Lillian Russell cigar, 5 cents. Got a little lady in uniform. Got boater hats. Got some underground looking stuff here. Geyser, Boston. Cars to the Geyser in Boston every half hour. I don't know what that is. Ghost something there. There's Fred hanging out. There's another Fred. Affordable lot, 100 feet front for sale. Apply to the Lester brothers. Got Mudflood winners right here. This must be one of the Lester brothers. Got Mudflood winners there. Why would you pick to build this building right here in that way? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. This building on a hill thing like that without grading your land is just of course, here's the trick. They had to grade the land to build the building. You can't build on a hill like that. You don't build a building this size like This goes, I'm telling you, this goes all the way to the, like, it's the same on either side. So why, I don't know, it's just stupid. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Can you, here we go, well, you can build on a hill. No shit, I know that. I know that. And maybe, yes, on a large hill that would make sense. But here, like, you can't figure out a better way to, like, grade this somehow to where it makes more sense. I mean, like, what they would do today is they would grade the road up a little higher, okay, somehow, and then they would build the building starting at the new grade. Wind catcher at their antenna. Same here. Finials. That work right there. That's nice. That's pretty cool. Pompeian? I don't know. That's interesting. Seems like I might have another picture showing this building, maybe. I'm not sure, but it seems like I saw that today. Arc light. I think I might have thrown it in here. Knob and tube wiring. We got a corridor of the staircase, State Capitol, Albany, New York. It's just, whew. Like, where's the architectural plans for this? You would think there would be, like, full permits and plans and complete documentation of this thing. Stoneball finial. Eagle represent the phoenix. Another eagle. What are these acanthus leaves here? Like I said before, I'm not on board with the Jesus acanthus leaves theory. That's just my opinion. I believe that they are important, but I don't believe that's what they are. I don't believe they have anything to do with Jesus. We really need to let go of this whole Jesus thing, y'all. It is destroying the minds of the people. It is absolutely fucking destroying people. Y'all, we need to, like, why do we need, what makes y'all think that God needs a middleman? Why in the hell did y'all ever believe that? I know I believed it too, so I'm in there with you, but I don't believe that anymore. Why do you think you need a middleman between you and the creator? Why do you think that the creator needs a spokesman? If the creator wants to tell you something, I'm pretty damn sure the creator is going to figure out a way how to do that. The creator does not need to send a representative. That doesn't make any sense. You know who needs a representative? You know who needs a good guy? A criminal organization decides to write a book in order to control the masses that can't read the book so that they can get money from the people tithed to them in order to keep their big, paychecks coming in and keep their wealth coming in and keep their control over the people. But then that'll get out of control because some jackass will take a printing press and start printing this book, and that'll get out of hand. Can't have that. That'll really start a rip in the whole thing. And then we'll end up with 26,000 different versions of the same damn thing. None of them agree. 26,000 plus versions of Christianity alone. Seriously? You think there's 26,000 different versions of God? I believe that when the shit turns purple, smells like rainbow sherbet. Unscrubbed cartouche. Reminds me of the book Conversations with God, Neil Donald Walsh. Go check it out. If you want to talk to God, just talk to God. Just say, yo, God, yo, talk to me. Let's talk. Let's have a conversation, you and me. And then shut the fuck up and listen. And it's not going to come in words. It's not going to come down. God's not going to go, I'm talking to you. Well, I'm talking to you. Could be a female voice. Because God's both male and, female energies. Okay, it's both. It's both. God's an it. We don't know what the fuck God is. Got corn here. Interesting. But listen, that's really cool. Look at checkerboard. '88. Double infinity. What you got there? What's going on there? There's a lot of symbology in this. Like, how in the hell would you draw plans for this? Like, how educated do you think these stonemasons are? I mean, they're good at what they do, but like, how do you transfer that knowledge to, like, yeah, I want to build this room. You can't just say, yeah, I want to build a room that looks like this and like explain this. They're going to look at you like you are on dope. They're basically going to think you're now a meltologist, and they're going to be very confused. I don't know what the heck that thing is. That's weird looking. Check out these lights. Well, aren't you cool? Man, there's a lot going on in this picture. The only thing that got in the way of my spiritual practice was religion. Once I got that out of the way, once I dropped all that horse shit, and once I went out around and studied every religion in the world and realized that they're all based on the same thing, they're all created from the same stories, it's all one thing. Once I realized that, I really moved forward. I don't know what the hell these are. What are they, like, look like pods of aliens or something? No, I don't believe in aliens. That's a weird cartouche. I do not know. Man, there's just so much in here. There's no way they got architectural plans for this. I don't foresee that being true, but who knows? Courthouse and Soldiers Monument, Waukegan, Illinois. Waukegan. Who makes these names? Got another keep off grass area. Uh-oh, beagles on the move. Looks like water fountains. Some Mudflood windows back here, down that way. Got a castle back here in case you need one of those. A chimney of some sort. Wild looking. What are you doing, you nut? Better quit. Remember, Santa Claus is checking lists for next year already. Ain't putting up no hanky panky. Got a clock of Roman numerals, 4 being 4 ones for the Mandela effect folk. Wind catcher. At their finial, at their antenna. It's a weird way of doing windows right there. Kind of odd. Got an outcrop door. Might have stairs going down. As Streets of Tartaria would say, shack on the back. Always cracks me up. Got you a obelisk here in case you need an obelisk. Lake County. Always in for our heroic dead. I think all this is horseshit narrative. I think they added this to this monument. I believe this is added horseshit too. I'd like to see how they erected that. Mudflood Winters back there in the background. You should need some of them. Elk Street, Albany, New York. And we got cobblestone brick road that's not melted. Sorry. It's just not happening, I guess. Pine cone represent the pineal gland. Taurus field. Another Taurus field there. Just amazing the symbology they worked into the architecture. And you'll if you're blasting through, you'll just miss it. You won't see it. You'll just think, oh, that's pretty. And your mind doesn't really process what you're seeing. Got something going on back under here for underground. I'm not sure what, but I can't see it. But beautiful ironwork. It's like an arc light. There's Fred and Clone of Fred. That's weird. Wonder if that was like that, or if they blocked it in, or what. I don't know. Kind of odd. Just how necessary is it to have all this stuff on these buildings? Like, it's all decorative. Like, who is spending all this money? I mean, if the idea of these buildings, like a building like this would be built for residents, okay? And so, like, I mean, are they really, like, is there that much money going around at that time that people can just throw whatever amount at it? It just doesn't matter. I mean, how are people, where's all this money coming from? How are these people making all this money? Like, it just, there's too many people with too much money. It doesn't even add up to what we're told. I'm sorry, it doesn't. There's too much money, too many people with money flying around at this time period. And they say we do better today. I mean, what are you talking about? A large percentage of the population were pimping out their houses. Entrance to Highland Park, Pittsburgh, PA. In case you need to go to a beautiful park with a fountain. I believe fountains were part of the technology. I believe they kept the water moving. Water is very important. I left a comment for a girl today that's redoing an old world building, and she was asking what sort of piping she should use for her building. And I said, you should use copper. And not only copper, you should make sure you don't make 90-degree turns. Do everything as much in curves and spirals as possible, because the copper is actually really good for the water. It has all kinds of benefits. And also, water doesn't like to take hard right turns. It doesn't, because it bangs the molecules. It hurts the molecules when it hits the right corners. Torus fields. Got your obelisk, double obelisk here. These crazy statues up here. Not sure what's going on with them. It's like Fred down there. Got some Atherphenials there. Arclight. Some big building back there in the background. There's another big one back there. Big old wind catchers sticking up out of there. Statue. Got their antenna. Check out this house. That's strange facading of the stone on that. That's pretty weird. Porthole. Got all the wind catcher here. These weren't chimneys. These were part of the entrance and the exit. And it's quite possible that they removed things from these. It's quite possible that they had features on top of these that caught the wind and channeled it down. So, but that's something I can't say because they're not there anymore. They changed so much, the bastards. We don't know what we do not know what this world looked like. We're only getting a small taste of what was here. A lot of it's already been burned down to the ground, At this point, in the 1890s to 1910s, it's already been burned down. A lot of it. It's already been destroyed, already been demoed. So we don't know what was here. Entrance to Prospect Park, Brooklyn. That lady in uniform. Pretty wild looking. Got this massive arch up here. Angels. It's like an eagle representing the phoenix. To defenders of the Union. So some horseshit narrative stuff's been written in there. Could be a Tartarian line there, but I'm not sure. Yeah, that screams America right there. Absolutely. I mean, I was thinking Roman, but since I realized we're in Brooklyn, New York, I would just assume it's not Roman. But it really kind of looks kind of Roman. Laurel Leaf Control, Eagle. I mean, seriously. Atherphenial, big dome, beautiful awnings. These flowers up under here. Etheric lights. Boss man over there in the corner watching us. Got the lawnmower here. Talk about backbreaking, man. Entrance to Young's Pier, Atlantic City. Got a lot of ladies and fellas in uniform. We watched a video recently on how hard it was to clean this dress, and honestly, I think that girl did a wonderful job, except I think that what she showed was nothing compared to what they actually went through. I think it was much more complicated once you added all the real factors, like, cooking on, doing the laundry over fire, shit like that. I think there was a lot more to it, but she did a great video doing the best she could with the information she had and the resources she had. I thought it was wonderful. If you remember that show, if you don't, then you're not paying attention, and you're all in big trouble. Especially haha. We always blame it on haha. Why? He could take it. He's got big, good, tough skin, don't you, haha? Ooh, Arclight, just messing with you, Mister Ha. Ha, Mister Ha. Double O ha ha. Check this out. Look at that pattern. That is wild. 1898. Taurus fields. Yeah, we added some letters to this, whatever this is. Venetian shell. Got a griffin up here hanging out, doing what it does. Got an ether antenna going up there with a flag on it. Of course we have a flag on it. Gotta have a flag. There's another griffin over there. Architectural urn. What are you so mad about, man? What's your problem, man? I'll have Kathy Broughton biatch slap you. Knock the small grin off your face there. Get him, Kathy. What is this dude doing? Is he kissing on that? Is he kissing on a lady there? What's he doing? No. Titley's tea room. Greatest and most something disinfectant lotion. I don't know. I can't read it. Championship game, young lady, basketball teams. Okay. Oh boy, we can make a sign, can't we? Boy, there's some sketchy stuff there. There's those glass insulators. I don't think glass insulators are old world. I don't. It seems like somebody was asking that recently in the chat, and I don't think they're old world. I think they're part of the knob and tube wiring that we came up with when we had to run the wires. We realized that there was no money in etheric energy, and the powers that be didn't like that. This is Georgetown, Colorado. We like to be able to charge for every nickel and dime that you use of electricity. So we ran wires. Not that we couldn't do etheric energy. We had etheric energy, but well, I think that they had just destroyed the grid, but I think they still knew that it was there and that they could fix it. But I think they chose not to, um, because they could make money, selling us power, which is what they do still to this day. Except I have a hunch that they did at some point switch over to etheric energy, and now they just sell us etheric energy. That they take that etheric energy and kind of bottle it up, and then sell it to us. Um, but how do you prove that? I think it's funny how they've been putting up solar panels all over, the place, for collecting energy for our energy grids, and yet the power bills still keep going up. What are we doing here? I mean, got a Mudflood drop in door, big ass door there, wind catcher. How do you prove this stuff? How do you prove that they're selling free, collecting free energy and selling free energy? That's just above my pay grade. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know how you would go about that. Somebody can figure it out. If you get the right person on the job, on the working on that, I think somebody can figure it out. This is Governor's Residence, Albany, New York. Y'all chatting away out there in Lolly La Land. What you're up to with that fancy business there? What you up to? I think we called him up to something. Tourist fields. Doggy guards. A lot of ivy on this one. Tourist fields. Florida Lee. Finial. There's the wind catcher. We call it a chimney. Florida Lee finials there. Yeah, it's very possible they had some sort of top on these things in order to grab the wind and channel it down. Um, and then we remove those tourist fields. Look at that right there. How unnecessary is that? I mean, it's beautiful the way they did that, but I mean, like, what a just so unnecessary. It's like it. Like I don't even see another one like that. But like, how unnecessary that little piece of work right there. Like, just incredibly unnecessary. Uh, Haven, Havemeyer Hall, Columbia College, New York. Gotcha. Herringbone, uh, non-melted brick road there. Sorry, it ain't melted. Got Mudflood winners there with the bars on them, which just absolutely makes no sense to me. I'm sorry. I can't get behind that concept and make it make sense. Y'all can't. I just don't think you can. Okay. Now this right here, seriously, any of you brick masons out there, this right here is like next level. That is like to get that pattern. Shit, fuck. That is like seriously unnecessary. Like they'll do this, one long, one short, one long, one short. They'll do that like here and there sometimes just to give like an accent line or something like that, or to do some sort of special thing. But to do the entire building like that, that is seriously like seriously unnecessary. Porthole, God, wind catcher, unbelievable to do that. And I bet, yeah, it's on this building too. I mean, come on. It's like, okay, like how much to build this building? Oh, okay, this price. Oh, okay. Now we want you to take every other brick and run it, short. Oh, okay. Yeah, double. I mean, seriously, because okay, buttons aren't toys. So in order to do this pattern, you've got to do one or two things. You've either got to break a brick in half, okay, and put it short every other brick, or you've got to put it, one long and one going the opposite way, which means then it ties into the next wall. And man, you're talking. It's extra effort. It's extra effort. I'm sorry, it is. And then another thing is, if you notice that they've got these. I don't know if this stuff transfers to y'all. You got these darker bricks, like here, here, here. Okay, it looks random, right? And it is random, but it's purposely random. They do that on purpose. They do that to give it a texture. That I'm telling you, that is purposeful, and that is extra work, because then you have to think about what you're doing. You can't just you're not just throwing a brick on. It's just next level. Scrub Cartouche, beautiful buildings. Like this right here to me looks unfinished. I think it'd be interesting to go and look today if it's still there and see if they did something to this, because that looks unfinished. Oh, somebody's up. Wonder who that is. Could it be a beagle? Ooh. Porthole. What's your problem, wind catcher? You got a problem? Would you like to describe the problem? Can you describe? Look at this. I got another one over here. Not sure what this is, but there's two buildings right there, and I bet you there's more. Well, you just hold your horses, young man, young beagle. Okay, we are gonna go and take us a little patrol. See if we can catch a pit bull or two, and we will be back shortly. So take a break, and get you some hot cup of tea or a swig of shot of something, or fire one up, or whatever it is you particularly care to do. I hope you're having a good time, and we'll be right back. Go take care of this little one right here. Okay, we is back. Sorry it took so long. Me and Muddin got in an argument. He wanted hot chocolate, and I said, "We ain't got time for no make you no damn hot chocolate." And he just insisted. So, anyways, it took us a little extra time to have the argument. We don't have time to make no hot chocolate for no beagle. But anyways, I went and took a picture of this fire cider stuff that I got, and I was going to read the ingredients to you. It's just really interesting. The stuff that's in here. It's got apple cider vinegar with the mother. It's got you take 1 tablespoon daily to improve immune and digestive system. Increase 3 to 4 times a day for cold or flu. Um, and it's got raw apple cider vinegar with the mother, horseradish root, ginger root, onion, garlic, asparagus root, red chili pepper, turmeric root, orange peel, lemon peel, and raw local honey. And it's organic, and it's made by the Natural Market, or One Life Natural Market Wellness Center in Dunn, North Carolina. That's the store I'm going to. So if you're ever in Dunn and you want some natural products, go check them out. I think they're a pretty neat place to shop. They're a young business, and I'm sure they could, use the. I took Muddin's hot chocolate. I said you can't have hot chocolate. Dogs can't have hot chocolate. He went in there and made a cup. I said you can't have that. Can't have that. He cussed me out. So I took his hot chocolate. It's like that. Okay, so let's get back to it. Let's see. Let's see. Add to stage. How do I do that? Remove. Add to stage. Okay. Sorry, it was fighting me. I won, StreamYard. I won that time. Okay, we got in front of the Grand Union Hotel, Saratoga, New York. Bud, your hot chocolate is delicious. I'm glad you decided to make that. But again, dogs can't have chocolate. He's looking at me like, you son of a bitch. For the kidneys and indigestion, guys, your water, all you wish drink for 5 cents. Interesting. Oh, and she's so cute with her little sombrero. That's funny. It's interesting. She's wearing a tie. Would you hush your big mouth, big old mouth, hound? That's some good hot chocolate there, doggy. I tell you what, it was a good call to make that hot chocolate. Glad you made it. I would have never made hot chocolate in the middle of a break and make these people wait. Don't even try to put that on me. Da da da. Look at these columns going up here. This is another one of those really tall porches, which are just ridiculous to me. Look at these gas lights. I bet that was really pretty at night. I bet that lit up really nicely. Acanthus leaves, maybe. I think there is something to these acanthus leaves. I think they are an interesting component. Torch field. Just any time. This is my opinion. Y'all, everybody's got their own opinion. This is my opinion. Anytime I see the word Jesus, I know that it was it's a narrative, okay, that the controllers came up with to control us. And they did different narratives in different places, but that's the narrative that we got. And it is very well written. They wrote every word. And God didn't have nothing to do with it, y'all. I'm sorry. And they were like, but there's truths in those books. You're right. You're right. Because they took old esoteric writings and they sprinkled truths throughout to give it credibility. Same way they do today during a psyop. They sprinkle in truth. You know, it helps the lie digest. It's like taking a nasty pill that you've got to chew. It tastes nasty, so you drink something that tastes better behind it. It's the same sort of thing. It helps you digest that bullshit. There's Fred, an old world fire hydrant. It's interesting. You see a lot of these gas lights knocked off. I wonder if that was kind of a problem back then. Look at these massive columns right here. Those are right on the street. I wonder what those are. Very interesting. Got Fred's running off. There's a hippie. If you're not napping, there's a in my comment section. I'll put a video, link to a video, a couple comments back. Yesterday, I think, maybe today, I can't remember, but about a video about talking about where they got the guy was showing. He was talking about wind catchers. He didn't mention wind catchers, but he was talking about wind catchers without knowing he was talking about wind catchers. But he was taught his point to his video was basically about how they built these buildings with these large windows and doors and rooms, and how impossible it would be to heat those the way we were told to heat them. That it would be completely inefficient, and the amounts of wood it would take to actually heat those rooms and buildings would be just astronomical. And I think he had some really good points. So I suggest y'all go watch that video. He's also talking about how the air was transferred through these channels in the walls, or through the walls. He's talking about the wind catchers. I don't know if he knows that, but that is part of the wind catchers. That's how the wind catchers got the air through. They used these channels that were in the walls. So, anyways, there's if hippie, if you're coherent, if you can grab that link and throw it in the chat, I'd appreciate it. Or don't. We'll make haha do it. Then he'll bitch and moan and groan and whine. This is Leadville, Colorado. Hey, Beagle. Yes, I'm drinking your hot chocolate. Got that wood sidewalk again. There's Fred. Okay, you want a biscuit? Sorry, folks, we got to stop for a biscuit. Somebody didn't get their biscuit. There you go. I bet you'll be back soon. Mississippi says you always want two. I think that's bullshit, but we'll give them two anyways. Why not? Why not? What dog don't need two biscuits? Biscuits are cheap, sort of. Not really. Little bastards are expensive, actually. Got a wind catcher up here. Another wind catcher here. What's going on, GT? Welcome, Steve. What's going on, 6R? You holding the fort down over there? Down there in Florida? Archwinders. Oh boy, hello. Good to see you too. Okay. This big was like a bullet, and he jumps right into my lap and just out of nowhere. This is kind of strange here. It looks like they're building a like a sewer channel here. which is strange. I have never seen them do it that way before, but I mean, there's a way to do it, I guess. Seems kind of, I don't know. It seems, I don't know how well that would work. It just seems off. Something about it. I know in theory it sounds right, but it seems a little bit off to me. I don't know. That'd be a fun question to ask an engineer. You know, the logistics. Would this work? Would this really work? Because I don't know. Maybe it would. Maybe it's fine. I don't know. It just seems kind of sketchy to me. Portholes. Look at all this industry back here in the back. Yeah, Bagel, you made some good hot chocolate there, boy. Mm. I was craving a cup of hot chocolate. Didn't even know it. I forgot I had hot chocolate. That's how I roll. I'm gonna start my next goat house tomorrow. Actually, I got to finish. I'm installing some. I don't know what you call them, like decorative rope lights, but they're like big bulb lights. They're like 50 feet long. Putting them all around the up in the ceiling on the outdoor kitchen. The boss wanted some lights out there, so I'm installing. It's an absolute pain in the ass because I've got to get up high, and then because the roof is high, and then because it's attaching up in the roof, and then there's nothing to attach to, so I'm having to there's stuff to attach to, but it's stuff that's like you can't attach to it because it's like you can't drill into the roof because it'll create a hole, shit like that. But I'm working it out, and I can only install two, or I can only connect up two lights at a time while I'm on the ladder, and then I have to move the ladder, and then each time I move the ladder, it's a whole different situation for how I have to set the ladder up and where the ladder goes, and then there's places where I can't even get the ladder. I'm having to stand on the actual kitchen top. Then there's a place where I'm gonna have to climb up the side of the building. I don't know, it's crazy. But I got half of it done last week, and finally was like, "Fuck this, I'm going home." And anyways, I hooked it up where he can at least have a little light. He likes lights. I don't know. It's just he likes light. I don't know. Makes him happy. Okay, so makes you happy. Good. Glad to hear that. But I got another 50 feet to go, and I went and got my parts for the next job for the next goat house. So I'm working on that starting this week. And I got Eagle representing the Phoenix. Looks like he's eating something. Got some horseshit narrative statues here. Got a little porthole there. Yeah, old Lincoln there. I think he's horseshit narrative too. I think Lincoln and like characters like Lincoln and um, Benjamin Franklin and Washington. I think those characters are old world people that they stole their story in some way, shape, or form and used them. They kind of brought them forward in the story. Um, but I don't think they were who they say they were when they say they were that. I think they were. I think they're like a Jesus figure. They see like Jesus. They took the idea from other that there were revolutionaries before the time of Jesus supposedly, and these revolutionaries were they took their stories and made this amalgamation of one story to create this figure that we call Jesus, and then they of course took the sun god myths and threw that all in there. It's just a big hodgepodge control that they created. It's quite brilliant. I mean, you can in a lot of ways. I think if I was to pin down some characters, I think Flavius Josephus. I think I would definitely pin him down and put him on the rack and make him talk. I think he knows a lot more than we're being told. Um, Florida Lee, portholes, Florida Lee, portholes. I wonder why you need all these portholes, more portholes up in this obelisk. What's the point of that? You can see they've started to mask this glass plate negative. You see how squared off it is there, and then they were scraping it here. So they were scraping it to square off the glass plate. And you see you got the mound of dirt coming up here, which is kind of sus. We got looping the loop, Atlantic City. I don't even know if this is the same ride or not. It looks. I'd have to bring it up and look at it. I was looking. I'm looking through folders the other day, and I ran across an old folder of back when I used to do urbex and ghost hunting and stuff. And there was this one place we went, which was an old I don't know what you call it, but it was like a entertainment complex that had a baseball field and a big IMAX movie theater and it had an amusement area. I forget what else. It was a really weird that place, but it had closed down, and we went and bribed the security guard, and he let us go in, and he made us sign a waiver, which is fine, you know. And anyways, we were taking pictures inside there. It's dark and everything, and I was taking pictures with like infrared pictures and stuff, And I didn't realize it at the time, but there was a mural on the wall of quite possibly this image or an image of a ride just like this, but it was this ride that because I remember seeing this like in this picture, but it was just weird that like I saw that and it didn't even like when I looked at it, didn't even register to me that that was old or interesting or I don't know. It's like when you're asleep, you just don't fucking notice anything. And then I'm going back and looking at this picture. I'm like, my God, that's from a trolley park. That is clear as day. Something I look at all the time now. And I saw that probably back in 2004 or five, maybe, and it didn't even register. I saw it, up on a huge wall. It was like a mural. It was like a printed. It wasn't painted. It was like a print on the wall. They had a whole bunch of these kind of things. Anyways, that night it was interesting. I was walking in the IMAX theater, and I was down at there was a stage down under the screen, and they had a way of I didn't know it at the time, but or at the moment, but I was walking across the stage and about fell in a very massive 40-foot drop because there was in the back of the stage area there was above where the screen underneath where the screen was they had a way. I don't know how to explain this. Even the pictures wouldn't explain it very well, but there was a way to take this. They could take the screen down into the floor and disappear the screen into the floor, but it was a 40-foot drop because the screen was so big, and it was like the whole length of the back of the stage, and then like, but when it was open, and so when we walk around in there in the dark, because we did our investigations in the dark, I mean, I about fell in a 40-foot hole. I had all kinds of crazy shit happen doing that. That's a young man's game, I'll tell you that. I wouldn't do it today. I guess I done come to my senses, I guess. I don't know. Uh, this 10-mile trip to sea for 25 cents. Steamer, not a lease pier every hour. Okay. The arc light. Look at this rickety ass thing. I mean, come on. Oh, wow. That's a photo manipulation. I didn't even realize it. I have to make sure I get that into the collection. Look at that. How about that? That is cool. I've gotten pretty good at catching these things, but I tell you what, they still get me. They still, all the time, they get me. They're so well done. When you got this picture back here, there's zero chance you're going to ever notice that. Zero. None. There's no possible way. And then when this was printed, it would have been printed, in a way that the resolution was much lower. So there's zero chance you would have ever known that was manipulated. And I'm not saying they manipulated it for nefarious purposes, or because they were being evil, or it was a conspiracy or any bullshit like that. I'm saying they could do it. And we need to know that. We need to take note of that. Lots of ladies in uniform. What is up with your hat, young lady? I mean, come on. I like this hat. That's a pretty nice hat. Look at all the action over here. These big ass buildings. I mean, here, this is kind of the point of the show, of my show, is to show you what this time period was like. But y'all need to understand that I'm only showing you an extremely small portion of what was in America. And then I'm not really showing you anything that wasn't in America. Everything around the world was like this. You can find this everything you see on this show, you can multiply it across the world, on every continent, in every country across the world. Who the hell built all this stuff? There's no possible way there was enough brick makers, enough stonemasons, enough carpenters, enough of any of it. There was not enough horses to pull the wagons. There's not enough wagon makers. I mean, come on, y'all. Something happened here that we're not being told. Lyndhurst, the home of Miss Helen Gould Shepherd, near Tarrington, something like that. Let me see. Tarrytown, New York. So just another big ass, shack in the, woods here. Just a little place. In case you feel like, going away for the weekend. A little Fleur de Lis action. Vescapisis. This would be where the carriage would pull up. And see, that right there is a ventilation pipe for plumbing. You have them on your houses today. Those little pipes sticking out of your roof. That's where that's an off gas pipe right there. So this was an addition that was made to this building. Here's another one right here. There's that could be a gutter pipe, maybe, but it could also be an off gas pipe. I'm not sure. It's that kind of a Reminds me of a Tudor style chimney, which would be part of the wind catcher. We got a 4-foot dildo there for some unknown reason. Not sure what that's about. Masonic Temple, Chicago, Illinois. Yeah, because the Masons, they needed a headquarters, I guess, for all their shenanigans. Of course, we got Fred's down here delivering all the. Well, I thought they were going to be delivering bricks, seeing as how there's bricks everywhere, but I don't see any bricks. I just don't see them. I'm sorry. Got a trolley, got cobblestone brick road that's not melted. Unfortunately, I mean, if I ever find one, I'll let you know. I mean, I think it'd be pretty cool if you actually found a melted brick road. That would be actually pretty interesting. And I think it'd be pretty obvious if it was melted as well. But, some people smoke a little bit too much dope and then claim that everything is a melted building. Meltologist and John Leving as their Lord and Savior. Have y'all seen him lately? He looks like he's like out there in the desert, like dropping like peyote bombs. Like he looks like the old man in the sea. Like the dude looks like he's ravenous, like he's rabid or something. Something, boy, ain't right. Something ain't right there. I don't know. He don't look good. I mean, I know I'm pretty, but I don't know. Got pavement light right here. Hard to tell, but that is pavement light 100%. Ladies in uniform, gentlemen in uniform. I mean, look at this. It's like a mirror image. Got more pavement light right here. The pavement light is glass sidewalk that is covering over what's called an areaway. And an areaway would be, now this areaway could go to here, from the building to here, or it could also go all the way to the street. And they would build a wall underneath the street, and then they would put supports going across. Sometimes they would put concrete over it. Sometimes they would put pavement light over it. And the idea behind the pavement light was to allow the sunlight to go through the glass and then go and shine under the sidewalk, and hopefully with the prisms that were on the bottom of the glass to shine light into the underneath of the basements, which in theory is probably a bunch of horseshit, but it really didn't work because originally when they did this, they used elements in making the glass that when the sun hit the glass that it turned it purple. It solarized it. And well, purple glass doesn't transfer light nearly as well as clear glass, but it wasn't purposeful. And now that solarized purple pavement prismed glasses, it one little piece of glass right here, which is about 3 inches by 3 inches, 2.5, 3 inches square, and about 4 inches deep with the prism on the bottom. One of those squares today, solarized, goes for $150 each. They're highly valuable. I've been searching for one for years. You can find ones that haven't been solarized, which means they were never installed. But I don't want one of those. I want a solarized one. They are damn near impossible to find. But keep hope alive. I don't know what we got going on under here. We got a stone wall underneath the road here, just in case you need that, for whatever reason. Got lots of Freds doing their thing. More pavement light right here. Check out these humongous plate glass windows. Incredibly difficult to make. Oh, what a beautiful awning. Oh, what a beautiful awning. Oh, what a beautiful day. We cover up the sunshine over our store with our beautiful awning today. I mean, it really looks good to me. Got prism glass up here. These are really fancy ones. That hot chocolate getting up on me, I think. Mm-mm-mm. Overall, pavement light right there. Got an outcrop door. Boom. Got a mud flood drop in right there. So you go down the stairs down into the basement because that makes sense. Let's put our restaurant. Let's build a big, beautiful building like this and then put our restaurant in the bottom of the basement. You know, back in a time when we didn't have electricity. You got to understand now, yes, you see electricity here now, but this building was not built when they had electricity. That's the trick, y'all. This is the turn of the century. This is the beginning age of electricity. These buildings were built prior to the electricity being installed, prior to there being electricity available widely, even at that. I mean, it's like this is new. You know, these people are just getting into some, juice here. Before this, they were using the gas lamps. I think this dude is really setting himself up for a date with her. I mean, he is really working hard over here. You go, hoorah! Got an owl, Tartarian owl, maybe. That's a wind catcher window. See how it's on a spindle? That's part of the wind catcher. Bum 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 bum. Look at those beautiful awnings, up and down, wrinkly. Oh man, I mean, they really, really just set off. Look at all the detail in that building. Like so unnecessary. Little cartouches everywhere, just completely unnecessary. Absolutely unnecessary. Bum, 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 bum. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Of course, it is the Masons building, the ones who supposedly built it all, so they got to have the best shit. I'm sorry, y'all, but Masons, Freemasons, have never lifted a stone in their life other than to move it out of their way or trip over it. They don't. They don't. They don't build shit. Not the Freemasons. No, 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 no. That's all smoke and mirrors, y'all. Look at that detail right there. Good gracious. In no way, shape, or form did the Masons build this. I'm sorry, they just didn't. They just did not do that. It's just incredible building right there. And there's so much going on there. Even though it's very subtle, there is so much going on there. Simple theater. So there'll be a theater room in here somewhere, a Masonic hall, outcrop door. This is a great picture. It takes a lot of time to dig through the archives to get these pictures. Um, there's I'm digging through. I think it's 26,000 glass plate negatives right now, and it takes a lot of time. Um, but it's you dig and dig and dig, and you find a bunch of cool ones and everything, and like you know, 1 out of 10 is gonna like be pretty good, but like every now and then you get one that's like this, just like, my God, that's such a great picture. Like there's so much in that one picture that it makes it worthwhile digging through those archives. It really does. Just one little image. And there's many of these. It's just comparatively, they're not as many of the ones that are this higher quality of detail, but it really makes it's really a fun thing to find something like this. You can see they scraped the glass plate edge there, See how they left the side here? They didn't scrape that. Just a wonderful, wonderful image. Like, I was thinking, I was just farting around in my mind today, and you know how it would be so cool to, if you had all these kind of images, the really good ones, which would be a lot, but if you had like one of those big coffee table books. But you know what? I don't even think that would do it, because let's kind of blow this up to a big coffee table size. I'd say right about there. Hell, let's go a little bigger. Why not? Let's say right about there. If you had a coffee table book that showed this entire image, okay, that would be a book about what, 20 inches wide by about 3 feet high or something. I mean, it'd be a big ass book. But here's the thing: you still can't see the fucking detail. I don't care how well you looked at that. Even if you put a magnifying glass up to that, you're not gonna see the detail you can see if I zoom in like that. There's no way. A coffee table book would never do this justice. It'd be cool to look at, don't get me wrong, but it wouldn't do it justice. NYC and HRRR, New York Central and Hudson River Railroad Station, Albany, New York. Got cobblestone brick road. Let's check for meltedness. That's a tough call. That's a tough one. I have to get back to you on that. I'm not even sure. I mean, no, it's not melted. Sorry. I'm just not an idiot. Sorry. You almost had me there, Meltology people. I almost fell for your dirty tricks. Oh, last week I don't know what, who knows how my mind works the way it works. Last week I was asking Trace Tartaria what they call those Mormon sodas. Excuse me, those Mormon drinks. There's Mormon drinks places, and he said swig drinks, and he's right to an extent. Swigs is actually a brand. It was like the OG drink company, and they call them swig drinks. But the way I heard it, they were called Mormon drinks or dirty drinks. That being said, that they have different names for this thing. Swigs, uh, dirty drinks is the original OG place, but all of this stuff, y'all, is poison. It's absolute poison what they're feeding these people. Those damn swig drinks, Mormon drinks, whatever you call them, they are poison. Man, that's got to be messing some people up. Boston Hotel. Just a side note. Now we'll go look at some Tartarian lines and some awnings, because they make a building look so much better. Oh, that's some good hooch. Yummy, yummy in my tummy. I had a hot chocolate a while. God, I had it. Oh, hello, Odin's Raven. 6 hours still running the show. Okay, good. Bum, 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 bum. What that little doodad is right there. That's interesting. Got Fred over here delivering. Oh, I thought he was delivering bricks, but no, he's not. He's not. Got the offices. Okay. Check out this awning with Tartarian lines and Venetian shells. Got more Freds down here. Scrub cartouches. New York, that would be easy to chisel that in there. It's a weird, is that a It's like it's a lion, Tartarian lion there. Maybe the Phoenician lady. Scrub cartouche. Clock looks like 4 ones on the Roman numerals. For the Mandela effect of people. Eagle representing the phoenix. More Tartarian lions guarding what? Maybe a dome? Like, we look at this and we think, it's a globe, maybe. But what if that's like the dome, or what if it's like representing the Taurus field in a way? I don't know, just thinking, and the 4 magnetic, the angels, as they say. Got the arc light there. More of them Tartarian lines hanging out. Got at their antenna with an eagle on it, representing the phoenix. Well, phoenix. Got phoenix. Got New York State Capitol, Albany. Overhead shot. We looked at this building earlier. Got Mudflood windows and doors all down through here. Got Fred right here delivering something. Doesn't look like bricks, though. Never can seem to find no bricks at the Finial. It's a really nice building. Circumpunct. Original symbol for the creator. Simple. The dot represents the creator. The circle represents creation, the universe. It's very simple. One God, y'all. One creator. I don't even really like to say God. I mean, God. Humans have pretty much destroyed the word God. In the name of God, my God, your God. It's all bullshit. It's the creator. It's one creator. And what that creator is, I don't think I think that's above our pay grade. We really don't need to know that right now. I think it's just too much for us to understand, where it's like, it's on a level that's way, way, way hard for our consciousness to understand. So don't try to understand it. Try to learn, but don't try to understand it. Don't try to figure it out. It's too much. It kind of reminds me of the movie Men in Black, where at the end of the movie, that the universe all boils down that we're on a cat's collar, on a trinket on a cat's collar. I mean, I think that kind of makes sense to me, that we really don't know. We don't really, we're not able to know. So quit trying to figure it out. There's no point to it. You're not going to get there. Venetian shell. Putting on their Venetian shell hats. That's weird. I think that's okay. Venetian shell. Wind catcher windows. Portholes, basically. See how they're turning? Those are wind catcher windows. See how they're on a spindle? That's how you know they're for a wind catcher. So they're all across here. And it's pretty rare that you get to see these windows open like this, because a lot of times they took these pictures, a time they didn't have them open. So that's a real treat that we get to see that. There's portholes there. That's wind catcher. Etheric lights. I remember Mr. Contractor went down here and did a whole video on this, swearing up and down that we built it. And no, I don't think we did. Let's get down to nuts. Let's get my lunch break and have him go down there and knock on the doors and do some FOIA requests. I mean, go pull the records. Let's see the building permits and the insurance and the I don't know, whatever, the blueprints, the architectural plans, who was the contractor, who were, what was, how many, where's the numbers? Where's the bills? Where's the invoices? Where's all this shit? There's got to be something. It couldn't have all got burnt. Okay, let's say that all the government records got burned in a fire. Let's just say, okay, well, you can't maybe provide like the contractor so we can go and look up their records. What, did their records burn down as well? Do they not have a record? You have a record and they have a record. Okay, because they sent you sent them a um a request for bid, or a request for work, okay, a job offer, okay, and they sent you, they came and did the work and they sent you an invoice, and then they paid, like, you paid the bill, so like there would be a way to trace the payment. I mean, there's got to be something, is what I'm saying. What'd you do? Pay in fairy dust? Did you communicate telepathically? What's going on here? Like, there's got to be paperwork. Y'all didn't do this with carrier pigeons. I mean, I got to give it to Lunch Break on that he has a good point there. I don't think he's gonna prove anything asking those questions. I mean, to us, yes, but I'm talking about. I mean, it's like preaching to the choir. We already know this, but I don't think it's gonna, like, expose the bad guys, because they're so far not giving a shit about us that they don't care. Well, they care. They know we don't know shit. And they know if they just keep their mouth shut and say, we don't have the records, and that's that. That's that. What are we going to do? What can we do? I don't know. I don't know what we can do. I don't know. New York's waterfront at Staten Island Ferry. In case you need to take the ferry over to Staten Island. All these other antennas up here. Wind catchers. This is an addition here. That pipe coming up, that vent pipe of some sort. Not sure what that is right there. Oh, it's a crane. Construction crane. They're building a steel building there. That's their antenna. That's their antenna. Wind catcher. Portholes. Maybe an airship dock, possibly. Got their antennas. Got a clock. Clocks are expensive. See, you got to understand, y'all. A lot of y'all might not know this. I don't know what you guys don't know, and what I know, what you don't know, what you know, and I don't know that we know we don't know. But what I'm saying is, this clock right here is expensive, and the reason I say that is because clocks were a relatively new invention for these type structures. This isn't just a clock, okay? This is 4 clocks. They had one here, one on the other side, one on the other side. There's 4 clocks, one on each side of the structure. Now, the way we think about clocks today is that this clock has a mechanism behind it that runs the clock. Well, that's not how these clocks work. These clocks worked off one mechanism with gears. And the one mechanism is in the center, and then it has arms that come out to each clock with gears, and runs each of the 4 clocks off of one mechanism. That's how they can all keep the same time. It's all run off of one mechanism. Now, today we wouldn't do that, because you wouldn't want one. It takes up a lot of floor space. There's a lot of moving parts. It's, complicated and dangerous, and a lot of things to break. But back then, they were complicated. They were expensive to make. The parts were hard to make. You had to. They weren't cheap. That's why when a man had a fucking pocket watch in his pocket, that meant something. That was a symbol of wealth. You had a fucking pocket watch, you were somebody. That was something. You had a thing in your pocket that told the time. And back then, that was a status symbol. That meant some shit. That's why pocket watches back then were so nice. And they were very, very nice. And they were very expensive. They were very hard to make back then. Today, not as much. I mean, it's a whole different ballgame. Everything's a different ballgame. But back then, you have to look at it from the mind's eye of a person in the 1900s. Pre-electricity, pre-power tools, pre-indoor plumbing. I mean, there's all these things they didn't have. So many things. Residence of Senator Flynn, Pittsburgh, PA. Beautiful ether finial right here. The detail there. Look at that stained glass window. Very nice. Scrubbed cartouche. There's a porthole for the wind catcher. Look at the detail on the chimneys here. And there was probably something on top of these chimneys that was the wind catcher. See, this is like, you look at this, right? And these portholes are part of the wind catcher, but these are the wind catcher, okay? These are the control mechanisms. They are the thermostats, let's say, for the wind catchers. Depending on what window you opened up, okay, and how much you open that window, dependent on how the location when you open and the amount you open it depending on how much airflow you got into that particular space. That's how it worked. It was like a vortex that sucked the air through the building. It was incredible technology that's been forgotten. I can't tell you how many people have asked, what the hell are you talking about wind catchers? And I get it. There's like, if you try to go research it, there is you can research it, but you have to reverse engineer it. Basically, you have to go over to hush it now. We ain't got time for it. You have to go over to like Iran and over there in the Middle East because they still use this technology, and you have to study it there and understand how it works, and then you have to reverse engineer and look for it here. And once you do that, ain't nobody got time for all that zippity doo-dah, whatever you're doing. We're over here doing mud. No, that's your name, but we're doing mud in the show. You need to get your act together. You need to tighten up what you need to do. Tell you what, I ain't got time for it. Got the finial up here. But it is really difficult to learn about this. If I could explain it to you better, I would. Find my drink. What'd you do with my drink, Bagel? There it is. Okay. We got revetment work on the Missouri River weaving mat, Cambridge, Montana. This is what they're doing here is they're hush it now. When I was talking about how John Levy was showing all this debris on the side of the river, hush, I don't got time for it. When John Levy was showing all the debris on the side of the river, that debris is actually doing what these men are doing here today. But they didn't have, that debris that they could use for this job. So what they did was they created this as a base, and what this does is help hold the shore together so it doesn't erode. Hey, go find something to play with. Getting on my nerves. Here, have a biscuit. Take a big old cup and shut the fuck up. Thank you. Big old 44-ounce motherfucker. Go drink that down. Anyways, that's what they're doing. They're shoring this up so it will help. So the now they put stuff over top of this. I believe in this instance, what they ended up doing was putting large broken up stones on top of this, but they were stones in this case that they went and quarried. Not like today where we would use just demolition materials. But this was the base of, because you can't, if you put the stones, I don't know how to explain this stuff sometimes. If you put the stones just on the ground on the shore, the stones would just eventually sink into the side of the river, and it wouldn't do anything. It wouldn't do it. It wouldn't work. But they put this mesh down with these sticks, and then the stones sit on that, and it helps lock those stones so they don't sink in. And then the river will will flow down here and bring sediment up into the rocks, quite possibly covering over the rocks, but it won't wash the side away. I don't know if anything I'm saying is making sense. Salt Air Pavilion, Great Salt Lake, Utah. So it's over here in Tartary neighborhood. We'll go get in his territory a little bit. Da, 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 da. That flag has seen better days. This is a good example of why you don't put a flag on a flagpole and leave it. This is what happens to a flag. It doesn't take very long. The flags do not do well being left up all the time. That's why they take them down. That's why you're supposed to take flags down every day. You put them up, you take them down. You put them up, you take them down. That's the way they're up less and they last longer. And you still have to replace them because they still get messed up. No, we haven't got time for it. Well, go play with your toys that Santa Claus brought you, because I know he brought you some toys. I think there's probably one up there in my ass somewhere. Look, right there, bone. I found a bone. Go get that bone and play with it. Stick it up your keister. Etherphenial. Somebody's getting mouthy over here. Check out that ladder right there. Would you climb that? Look at that flag. Etherphenial. Probably got knob and tube lighting on that. Looks like. Ether antennas, Etherphenial. This was a hell of a facility here. I believe it's gone now. Memory serves me. Streets is probably lingering somewhere. If you pop in, he'll tell you. I'm sure he knows. I believe it's gone. I don't believe it's here anymore, but I think it burned down, if I remember correctly. Y'all probably know. I used to know. I can't keep up with all these damn buildings. There's just too many of them. There's just, wait, this is so Moorish looking, it's not even funny. This is absolutely the Moor's work. Look at these other antennas. I bet just was just a hot place to go. Hey, Squealy McSquealison. Zip it up. Getting on my damn nerves. What about y'all? Saratoga Battle Monument. What the hell? Kulaville, something, New York. What the hell? Who the hell's writing these names? There's the word. Shuli Lear Feel Villa something. Who cares? Who the hell's writing these? Like, name it something normal. Just anything. Anything normal. It's good. Got a cannon that ain't a cannon. I don't know what they do. 1777, 1877. Got some dude statue there that looks very out of place. Got another one over here that's very weird. Portholes. Hush. Whatever your problem is, get over it. I don't know what your problem is. You done went out. You don't need to go out every 5 minutes. You realize that, right? I will make your dinner when we're done with the show. You're the one that ate your breakfast late. That's not my fault. You the one that wanted to have cheesy eggs this morning. Oh, we got some photo manipulation here. This was, you can see it was a tree limbs comes down, and they've manipulated it so you can see the obelisk better. That's interesting. So that's a photo manipulation. But when you back up, you really can't tell. And when you printed this up in lower resolution, there's no way you'd know that. So that shows you how good they were. And I've showed this photo manipulation so many times. You guys are like pros. Saratoga Club, Saratoga, New York. Got some more wrought iron fencing. So much of this is gone now. Got well, that's interesting. Mudflood windows with awnings. Huh. Well, that's hot. I like that. As Paris Hilton will say, that's hot. Oh, I found this. I've ran across this clip from an old movie, and I got to find the movie. I don't know what it's from, but I think it's possibly from Police Academy, the movie Police Academy. I'm not sure, and I'm not sure if I even should show it, but it's funny because it really cracked me up. It was um, it's got this guy, and he's sitting there drinking a beer, and he's looking down from he's standing up at the top. He's above. He's above the. There's these mud flood windows, and he's looking down into the ladies' shower, and the ladies are showering. He's sitting there drinking a beer, watching the ladies shower, and then a police officer walks up to him, and it's the guy from the movie The Police Academy, and I think that's why it's from that. But anyways, and the guy hands the beer to the cop, and then walks away, and then the ladies see the cop, and they scream and yell at the cop like he's looking at us. But he's sitting there. If it is the Police Academy movie, I've seen that movie quite a few times when I was younger, and I never even thought about the fact that he's looking through mud flood windows. It's just cracked me up. I don't know. I might show it, I might not. I'm not sure if I can. I got to watch it really closely because I'm not sure if there was. I think there might have been a little bit too much shown, but I'm not sure. Maybe I can blur it out or something. I'm not sure. It just cracked me up. I know a lot of you are like, what is wrong with this person? He's literally insane. Shalani Hotel, Pittsburgh, PA. I ran across this girl on Instagram that does these. I guess her family owns a farm. I don't know her name, but she is absolutely off her rocker. Cracks me up. Like, she just does videos about like messing around on the farm, and it's really funny. It really cracks me up. But she is seriously, the cheese has slid off her cracker, which I think is hilarious. I much prefer people that are off their gourd because they're much more interesting to me. Mudflood Wander, Taurus Field, Porthole, more Mudflood Wanders. You sound like a broken, squealy record over there. I don't know what you want, but I ain't got it. More Mudflood Wanders there. Look at that wrought iron work. How pretty is that? Buttercat Man. Hey, zip it. Oh, this is Vanilla Skied. You can see here they cut off trees, and you can see through the trees right here. Hush! Now you're getting on my nerves. Sorry, folks. He gets squeal like this. He wants attention, but I ain't got the time here. I'm busy. We got portholes. Go find a toy and play with that. I know you got toys you can play with. Believe me, I know. Santa Claus told me all about it. That's it. Find your little sleepy pad and go take a nap. Take a load off, Beagle. Yeah, they didn't do a very good job on the vanilla sky on this one. And no, that's not a chemical process for all you ninnies out there that think that's a chemical process. Does that look like a chemical process to y'all? That's a chemical process. That's how this was done, a chemical process. No, 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 no. Go Ninny Squad. Seven Falls, Cheyenne Canyon, Colorado, digital file from original. Oh, okay. Blah, 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 blah. So this is interesting. You're gonna start all the way up here. You got ladies in uniform. They're gonna walk all the way down. All the way down. I am not interested in climbing these stairs at all. At all. No chance. You imagine how tired you would be after you climb them stairs in that long ass dress? How steep those stairs are. Hush now. That's crazy. I tell you what, I'd get down there and that's just be where I'd end. Like that'd be it right there. Like you just dig a hole right here and put me in it because I'm not climbing them stairs. I climb down them to get down here, but I ain't climbing back up. Well, that's a melted building right there. Look at all the brick lines. My goodness. Oh, wee. John Levy told me that was melted building right there. Look, it's clear as day. There's a brick right there. Look, it's the apertures. Ooh, ooh, oh, oh. Shipping in East River Docks, New York City, New York City. Got some big, tall ships. Hey, hey, hush. Thank you. You big mouth, I tell you what. Look at these little bits on top here. That's kind of interesting. Little knobs. Hey, getting on my nerves now. He does this squealing thing. I'm sure y'all can hear that. I'm sure it's getting on your nerves as much as getting on mine. He does this, and it like whenever he wants something, and I don't give it to him immediately. There he goes to that squeal. My old beagle, he used to do the same thing. It's a beagle thing. Poor holes. Miss Hippie, I don't know if your beagles do that, but this one does. He just you get to where you drown it out because he does it so like it's like he knows it's annoying, so he'll anything he wants, anything he'll just start squealing. It's their way. So I just ignore him just to piss him off. Just show him who's boss. Got Smithfield Street Bridge, Pittsburgh, PA. Look at that. That is something. Yeah, that's Finio at the cresting there. That's a Finio. I wonder if there was another one right here and it fell off. I don't know. Got the sideways Vesica Pisces. Look at the technology there. That is very cool. Don't you be eating my firewood now. You know that's Daddy's firewood. Go get your toys. You and me about to go rounds. We're gonna go outside. One of us is gonna come back. Miss me. I don't think you want to ride this ride, son. Yeah. Let me introduce you to fuck around and find out. You know what that means? Huh? You know what that means, Beagle? I don't think you know. Oh, goodness gracious. Hold on. Y'all, I'm I'm gonna take him out for a patrol or something for because he is about to drive me up the damn wall. I'll be right back. Okay, I fed the beagle or something. We're good. Okay. All right. Sorry, folks. Ain't nothing more aggravating in the world when you're trying to concentrate on something. Somebody's fucking with your old you what you're doing. Ain't nothing. It just drives me up the damn wall. Okay. All right. Let's get back into this. Got steel viaduct over Des Moines, Iowa River, Iowa CNNW Railroad, Chicago North, and something. I don't know. Doesn't say. I'm not sure what they're trying to say there. A lot of steel. God, how in the world did they get all that steel up there in that time frame? That's wild. Some kind of equipment up there. Like, how in the world? Like, I don't know. I can't even imagine how they built stuff like this in this time. That's just above my pay grade, I guess. I don't know. I can't even think that through. I don't know. Got me there. I don't know. Sunday on the Chicago River. All right. Looks like these are maybe fuel tanks. I don't know. Overexposed image. Maybe a steam plant. Got a big brick chimney there. There was so many of those. A lot of bricks went into those. So I think we built this building. Got that telltale weird sheathing stuff on the outside of it. I think we built that kind of stuff. This I don't think we built. Hard to tell with this, but we might have built that. I don't know about this one back here. It's hard to tell. I would say this building and this building are definitely old. Probably this one too. 10 Eek Hotel, Albany, New York. What in the world? 10 Eek, Yuck, 10 Yuck. What the hell? Who's naming this shit? What in the world? Cobblestone Brick Road. Ooh, uh, not melted. Dang. There's Fred down there doing what Fred does. Check out these arches here going into the mud. It's absolutely ridiculous. Keystone. Beautiful arch. Huge. Look at those awnings. Look at that mudflood drop in there. Check out that stained glass there. Mudflood windows. Mudflood windows. More mudflood windows. Look at this wrought iron work here. Reminds me of torus fields and domes. Mudflood windows. Hitching post. I remember when me and Michelle Gibson were working on the pavement light documentary where uh, I showed her this thing I found in a old catalog. It was called a ventilated hitching post, and it was a way of either you could imagine. I don't know how to explain this very well, but imagine that this sidewalk under here is an areaway, so it's open, okay? And then you had people under here, and they needed air under here. So what they would do is they would have a ventilated hitching post that was an actual hitching post that you could tie your horse to, but then it would have air ability for air to get out, in and out, so it would ventilate the underground, and it would also they also would allow you could have like say a potbelly stove down there and hook it up to the vent and use it as a stovepipe. And so that the smoke would come out that ventilated hitching post, which to me sounds really retarded because, I mean, you burn your hand on that. But I mean, they actually had this thing. I found it in a catalog, and I showed it to her, and it blew her mind. She made sure that got in the video because she was just like, that's crazy. I'm like, I know. Mudflood winter right there. Anyway, shout out Michelle Gibson. Torus field, in case you need that. Arch everywhere. Snow dam with fleur-de-lis on it. Some sort of something there. I can't really tell what that is. Torus field there and there. Just torus fields all over the damn place. Bescapices. Pretty cool building there. Look at them droopy awnings, making that building look so much better. Just really set the tone of the building. I don't think I'd want a building like that without awnings. I think I would like reject the building and would not pay the bill if they didn't put awnings on my old world building. The Antlers, Colorado Springs. Okay, all right. Let's see what we got going on over here. A fellow on a bicycle. Got Fred turning the corner over here. Some dude hanging out here as a statue. Wind catcher. Beautiful brickwork there. Get him awnings. Love a good awning. Wind catcher. Throw a flag up there for giggles. Little finials. Another wind catcher. There's the wind catcher pipes there. We call them chimneys. We used them as chimneys. The fireplaces, what we call fireplaces, were also part of the wind catcher. They were part of a radiant heat system. Some really cool technology that we've lost. The Adirondines and the back plates had something to do with it too. Those old worlders, they really had some interesting stuff. I think if we could like go back in time and look at what was there, I think we got some underground baths there. It's interesting. I think we would. There's some Mudflood winters down there. I think it'd blow our mind what we found. If we went back in time, I think we don't know shit about what was going on back then. That we're so far behind the 8 ball. Beach from the boardwalk, Atlantic City. Got Fred down here doing a beach run. Got a young man asking her out. Got some pretty Freds here. They even got their own little canopy. Got all those people fully clothed on the beach. That makes so much sense. There's Waldo, passed out drunk. Good for him. Clone of Freds. I'm sorry, I just can't imagine going to the beach fully clothed. What is the point? I don't get it. Clone of Freds. Got big ass structure out there in the ocean. That just blows my mind that they have the ability to build like that out in the ocean. I mean, like, that is not easy. In that time frame, it's really not easy. And these people there's so many people who just got time to sit around their ass in this time frame. How is that possible? And there you go, lunch break. I found your donkey. Hee-haw. I found your donkey. But Fred's the horse that built America. The City Hall, Albany, New York. Keep off the grass. Something about that. I don't know. Something just don't jive with me on that. Flood winters going down. Big ass doors, huge arches. Got the big arch, the two little arches. Mudflood winters over there, down here too. Big dome up here. Tourist fields. These slits. Probably added a clock to that at some point. Wind catcher. And yes, they could have had bells in here too. Yes, they could do multiple things here. At one time. They were very clever. So yes, you could have a wind catcher and bells in the same tower. Yes, absolutely, 100%. In case some of you are asking that question, I've beaten you to the punch. How you like them apples? Arclight. Got the House of Panza, Sarasota, New York. I think this might have been that building I was looking at earlier and was talking that I might have a picture of it. Um, got plumbing going out there. They've added maybe a gutter, hard to tell. Look at these figures on the side here. Something up there. It's hard to see what it is. Look at how it's messed up right there. It's deteriorated. That's interesting. Illustrations of history and art. I mean, obviously we wrote that, we made that sign, but look at these big ass doors. Does that sign go with those? I mean, it looks like that sign is covering up something that it shouldn't be covering up, and little flat earth asterisks in case you need those. And I really feel like, you know what I'm seeing here, and I probably am wrong, but I think that this building is facaded in whatever this shit is here. I can't really tell. Almost looks like plaster or something, but it's a brick building that they facaded for some sort of attraction. And you're seeing the remnants of what was there. I bet you there's one of these pretty transoms above this door here. House of Panza in Pompeii, buried by Vesuvius, AD 79, Roman Life and Art Illustrated. So this is some attraction. With stuff like this, maybe this was original, maybe. But then I'm not sure. I mean, this right here is shit. Look at the quality there. That is crap right there. Like, so I don't know. There's some strangeness here. It's like they've built onto something. They put flat earth asterisks in the roof up in this gazebo kind of thing. See, that board's falling down there. I mean, what is going on here? Like, this isn't old. This crap here on the front is not old. This roof structure here is not old. I mean, look, it's falling apart. It's deteriorating. It's not. This isn't old world. This part. This isn't old world. But this, you know, this has been facaded or something. I don't know. There's some real hanky panky. But see, that I think is original. I mean, it's very possible there was a fire and it burned part of the building, and they, you know, made something out of it or something. I don't know. That's a very strange structure. Ellsworth and Virginia Avenue, Atlantic City. Of course, we got Fred over here, and Fred's compadre. That's a pretty Fred right there. That might be a Wilma. I'm not sure. That might be a Wilma. I think Fred's over there, right? Fred over here too. Fred moves all around very quick. There's another Fred right there. Why do I call him Fred? I have no idea. It's a good damn question. That was another thing that I thought was funny that my lunch break said. He talked about how he named a guy, just this random dude in a picture, Winston, and he was saying it was Winston Chisel Sharpening Services or something. Like, he was making the joke about how, you know, Winston had to sharpen all the chisels that were being used to chisel all the buildings and stuff. I don't know, it just cracked me up. That was pretty good. He's witty. I got to give it to him on that. He's got some wit to him. Um, I think he's one of the better creators of channels that we have right now. I would say that it just did the projections of what I'm seeing. I think Lunch Break is. I don't even know what his numbers are, but I would say that Lunch Break is going to meet and succeed John Levy as the biggest old world creator. I think John Levy is on his death rattle at this point. Um, I think he's just washed up and gone full well, melt tard, and that's just a losing proposition. So, people aren't, once they catch on to what's going on there, they're not going to want to listen to that shit. But then you got the people that suck off the John Levy teat, and they're diehard. Got the Traymore Atlantic City. Well, there was something I wanted to show in this picture that was really interesting. Flat Earth asterisks in these windows. Wind catcher at their finial. I think this is very interesting right here. Get your square and compass. I think that's interesting. But that's not as interesting as what else I'm going to show you. You got torus fields. This just it's right here. Okay, you got a flat Earth asterisk window, correct? Okay. Now look what happens when you open the window. You get your square and compass. How about that? I think that's interesting. We added this fire escape here. Weird little windows down on the bottom here. Portholes. You can see that one's a little bit cracked open. That one is too, a little bit. Wind catcher at their finial. All right, we got the zoo in Highland Park, Pittsburgh, PA. Looks like they haven't finished construction down here. Oh, we got some. Hold on a second. Is that locked in? Yeah. Tartarian lions here, or Tartarian griffin. Excuse me. Eyes are getting tired. Tartarian griffin over here too at their lighting. These interesting cages here. Looks like a bear here. Ladies in uniform. It's a zoo. Pretty interesting. Big ass windows. That is a big damn window. I can't even imagine the glass needed for that and how you would make that. Wind catcher windows. Wind catcher at their antenna. And some more maybe bird cages over here. Looks like. Those are pretty cool actually. They're not. Better make sure my boss doesn't see that. He would probably make me try to build that. Victor, Colorado, and the gold coin mine. Okay, gold coin mine. Well, that's a weird statement. Why would it not be called gold mine? I don't know. Look how the road's up here, and then we got arched windows down here. Kind of interesting. Arched windows way on down there. I think we built all these A-frame houses, no problem. Just simple construction. Nothing fancy, it's just wood. I mean, not to put myself down, but a monkey can build an A-frame house. It's not hard. As long as you've got somebody that can teach you how to do it, a monkey can be trained to build an A-frame house. Mr. Contractor builds A-frame houses, so I know a monkey could build an A-frame house. Okay, it's just it's such a simple thing. It's not complicated. There's once you learn the ins and outs, the ups and downs, you can just repeat. Rinse, repeat. It's not. It's just a matter of scale. And then there's some things a little more complicated, but I mean, it's not the same thing as building brick and stone. It's not. It's a whole different monkey. And then the old world houses that were built out of wood are very complicated. They're, they're very, very complicated, y'all. They're not what we build. They're very different. They have whole different techniques. They used whole different materials. They were very much better made. That's why they're still standing today. That's why you still see big ass old world houses lying around, and then the houses that they built last year that cost $500,000 are already falling down because they're pieces of shit. Don't buy a house now, y'all. If y'all knew what they put in the houses now, like the quality and the craftsmanship, it you would not want one. West Point Hotel, West Point, New York. They're just crap, absolute junk. Some kind of Mudflood windows down here underneath the porch in case you need porch Mudflood windows. Got elephant ears there. I like those. Those are cool. I need some of these right here for the outdoor kitchen. Definitely. Actually, what I need, I know I need them. I know the size I need. I need what I need to do is I need the boss man to pick out what color he wants. Pick out the damn color. I've been asking him for 6 months. Pick out the color you want. I don't know. I don't know what color I want. I'll get back to you. Okay, well, just let me know. 6 months later, I'm still waiting. I just wanted a color. That's all I want to know. Is it that difficult? It is that difficult. Isn't it? How y'all doing? Y'all doing okay? Talking about, hold on. Hold still. You there. There's a channel called Tartarian Truths, and all he does is make fun of creator Shim. He won it. That's on John every month. Got like 10,000 views making fun of Luke. Um, yeah, I don't know if, honestly, don't know if Shim is still around. I don't know. I'm not sure if he's still there. Um, I've had Shim on the show before. I don't know if y'all remember that, but he's Shim has he's a smart guy, but he I just think he went a I don't think he doesn't have respect for other people, and he doesn't the way he tries to get his point across is he tried asking people his questions and they wouldn't listen to him, and so he's like, well, okay, well, if you won't listen to me, then I'll make my points my way, and his way's rather rude. And people think he's funny, but I just don't. I just wish he I guess I like he's not dumb. He's not an idiot. Like which would be if he was an idiot, it wouldn't be that big a deal. But I think he has a lot more potential that he's not living up to. I just wish he would do his research as opposed to uh, just always um, throwing everybody, down. Like it's like I don't know. He'd be much better, I think, if he would just do his research because he's actually pretty smart. That's just an opinion. I've told him this before. Of course, he's got his own opinion, and he kind of aggravated me one time because he got mouthy with me because he thought I should talk to somebody that I was refusing to talk to, but what he didn't know is there was things going on behind the scenes that were not really good, and he basically stuck his nose where it didn't belong, and I pretty much told him, that he needed to get his fucking ass out of my fucking business because um, he didn't know what he was talking about, and it was none of his business, and he just, he didn't like that, so he got mouthy. But if he understood really what was going on behind the scenes, he would not have, you know, acted the way he did. But so that's what I'm saying. You think out there in lolly law land, you think you know what's going on. You don't fucking know. You really don't know. You can speculate, but you don't know. So unless you're there, basically, take it with take it with a big old cup of shut the fuck up. Mm. Ba, 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 ba. I can't. That it's like nails on chalkboard. My phoenix. I can't do it. I can't, that there's something about the resonance of his voice that just I cannot listen to it. Caleb Streets Tartaria has tried to talk me into listening to him like 50,000 times, and I've told him I can't do it. I've tried even for him, and I can't do it. I cannot. There's something I don't know what it is. There's just it's like you've got two violins and pull the note of the violin and the other violin will vibrate at that same tone. I don't vibrate at my phoenix. I don't that I, my vibration does not go at that vibration. I don't know what it is, but it's just that doesn't work for me. Sorry, just not happening. So that's where I'm at with that. I don't care about the rest of it. I mean, truth be told, let me lay it out for you guys. All he's doing is reading old esoteric books, repackage them in his own wording, and putting them back out in his own terminology. He's regurgitating the works of the ancients that came before him, and it's a trick that's been used over and over and over again throughout the ages. That's all it is. It's a dog and pony show of esoteric knowledge. That's all it is. There's nothing new under the sun there. But that's okay. If it keeps the grift going, grift away. I mean, whatever. It's not my problem. I'm reading this backwards, y'all. It's probably not a good idea because then I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm going back. I'm going back. I just want to see what you people been up to because I know y'all been up to. We'll start with hippie talking about. You call it whining. So yours whine too. Must be a beagle thing. I know both my beagles did it. It was really annoying. Everything probably pulled energy from the aether back in the day. Yep, I believe they were definitely doing some really cool stuff with it. Yeah, Muddin got me up on the cocoa. Sure did. Sure did enough. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't think I don't. I'm not sure about that, George, about Ben Franklin and all that. I don't know. I think he was probably just a figure that was brought over from the old world, created for the purpose of creating the narrative. I don't think any of our narrative. I mean, I think anything from. I think you could probably question everything before 1900 easy. Just and the further back you go, the bigger grain of salt you better take with it. I would say you got to be very careful about what. Yeah, I don't know. What really sucks is if I feel for people that have children out there that know this stuff, because then they're going to be questioning, um, what do I teach my children? I mean, it's I don't know what you do there. My favorite Biggs Iranian short is Steampunk Horse Carriage. Oh, I forgot about that one. Yeah, I've made I don't know how many videos now. See, I've made whatever videos I have on YouTube. I've made a lot more than that. Not a lot more, but I've made quite a few more than that. But that either got um, taken down or I put on BitChute, um, and never even put on YouTube. Like I have more videos, and some of the ones that, I've never even put. I've taken down off YouTube for various reasons, and not ever put back up. So there's quite a. I've got a stash of videos that I haven't even put back up. And if y'all want to, I put a lot of stuff on X now, Twitter. Um, I post a lot of, not a lot, but I post quite a few things there. So if you want to follow on Twitter, and I put stuff there. I don't put a whole lot on Instagram, but I do every now and then. Um, I just don't have the time to do. I don't know. There's just too many platforms to really concentrate on. I do not do TikTok. TikTok's bullshit. I don't mess with that stuff. As for TikTok is for basically idiots. It's for the dumbed down masses to keep them occupied. I don't want to. I don't even want to be messing with the dumbed down masses. That's what boys are for. Obelisk and Central Park. Three of them face up to Orion. I'm just blasting through y'all's ramblings here. Hope y'all enjoyed the pictures tonight. Yep. If y'all had any questions, throw them in the chat and I'll try to get to them. I'm trying to just run down here and look at what y'all been saying while I've been running my mouth. I don't do I like to concentrate on what I'm doing, and I'll come back. Um, I always read the chat later, after show, not after show, but during the week sometime, because and Shem does come off as a loser, but he is very intelligent. He's young and he doesn't know. It's like he's a young man that doesn't know how to aim. He doesn't know where to. He, he doesn't. He's he doesn't know how to express himself properly. And if he could learn that, I think he could be an asset, um, it's just how do you learn that? I don't know. I don't know how these younger generations. I don't know how they learn anything. Yeah, he's well, yeah, he is, and that's what I'm saying. He's young. They think that's cool. They think that that's the way you handle things. And it's not. But then again, we live in this stupid internet world where you can't have conversations with people. Like 99% of the conversations or problems or the issues I've had with other people, other creators, would have been settled if they would have just had a conversation. But people are so scared to have a conversation because they're afraid somebody's going to disagree with them that they won't do it. They're terrified of being found wrong. That just absolutely like makes them squirt the britches. They cannot imagine being found wrong in public, like that they've made a mistake, that they've said something that wasn't true. They do not want you to ever figure that out, that they didn't say it right, or that they just can't do it. We're fallible, okay? We make mistakes. It's okay. uh, bum, 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 bum. Looking down, da, 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 da. You actually can go to sleep on our kegs. Damn, more power to you. I just, I couldn't do it. There's no way. I don't know what, I don't know what the hell happened to his voice, but it's like somebody went into his voice box and wrenched it. It's like somebody grabbed him by the throat one time and it just wrenched his voice box or something. I don't know what it is. I've never in my life heard an accent like that. I don't know. I can't deal with it. This reminds me of one of the characters from Oh Brother Where Art Thou. That is a wonderful movie. I love that movie. I love how it was filmed. I love the acting. I love the story. I love the music. That's a really, really good music. And stay out of the Woolsworth. I love that movie. That's a good movie. Definitely on my list of faves. BEAGS is right about 1940. Tons of stuff they say was built 1920s. Looks old world. Here's the thing. I kept noticing. Okay, when I first started looking at Mudflood, the creators, the researchers that I was looking at were kind of making it seem like, or at least they thought at the time, or the way they came across was that the Mudflood happened pre, say, 1800s, and then we found the buildings, and then we occupied the buildings, and then here we are. But then I started looking deeper, and it there was so many of the buildings were supposedly built much later. First of all, supposedly, the dates would be 1860s, 1870s, 1880s, 1890s, 1910, 1900, 1920, 1930, 1940. But then it was weird because it's like it all kind of looks old world, everything up until 1943, and then it changes, it flips. It's like they flicked a switch. It's like everything changed after that. And if you really look into it and you start noticing these dates on these buildings, you'll notice that there's a distinct difference between buildings built before 1943 and buildings built after 1943. There's a distinct difference. There's a change that happened. And it's, yes, we had the war happen. Yes, that changed a lot of things. It's more than that. There's something more. There's a strange. Another weird anomaly is the Art Deco is very, very strange to me, because it sits in the middle. It's almost like a transitional style. It's like a transition between old and new. It's got a lot of old world elements, but it's also looks like a copy of what we would make an old world building look like. It was like we tried to imitate the old world. It's a very complicated style of building. There's a lot of weirdness in the Art Deco stuff. The Art Deco stuff to me is extremely sketchy. I don't know whether to call it old world or us copying the old world. I'm not sure. I'm on the fence on the on Art Deco. I really am. I don't know. Maybe it's a combination of both. Maybe the Art Deco buildings are the buildings that they found that were halfway in construction. I don't know. And we finished them out or something. I don't know. I remember the steampunk horse carriage short. I don't remember what the music was. I've done so many. I don't know. I forget, and I've made so much of what I've made. Sometimes y'all will bring up stuff that I've done in shows that I don't remember. I don't know. See, astrology, ex nail astrology. Anybody that's pushing astrology, I think, is full of shit. I, I, I've studied astrology too, and first off, those aren't stars. All that shit up there is a big light show. Okay, it's not stars. Okay. Second thing, they've changed the calendar. Okay, they've manipulated the calendar, so everything you're basing your astrology on is wrong. They say there's 12 zodiac symbols. There was 13. They've changed so much, yet these astrologers go off this astrology. They say, well, so anybody that's pushing astrology, ex naomi astrology A, you're full of shit A. I don't care what you say. You can put up whatever you want to, and I still don't believe a word you fucking say. I absolutely do not believe astrology. Sorry. Now, astrology, way back in the ancients, okay, was probably something that was usable. It was probably based in something that was a functioning technology, but that technology has been manipulated, screwed up, flipped upside, and has gone backwards. It is not what we see today. So the whole astrology thing is useless. Absolutely useless. I'm sorry. Cannot get behind that. I don't care who you are. I don't care how smart you think somebody is that's talking about it. I don't care. Bullshit. That's my opinion. I'm sticking by it. I don't care. I've got plenty of books on astrology back here, but I've also studied a lot of other things. You can't just study one thing and stick your head up an astrology ostrich's ass. You have to look all over. It's many different pieces. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. It's wrong. You want what? You want to try poontang? What? All right. Overall. Okay. He's book bar period in, but I'm not Gloom anymore since 2000. I think I missed something here. I don't know. I'm not sure. I missed something there. What you're talking about? Da, 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 da. Hey Morgan, I just saw you somewhere. I think I saw you. Yeah. Hey, hey Morgan, I did see you. There he is. Bum, bum, bum. He drove a limousine last year. Everyone from Canada couldn't wait to go home. He drove a limousine last year. That's something I did not like riding in is limousines. I did not like that. I don't know. There's something about the sitting on the side drive. I don't know. I didn't like that. It'd be different if I was sitting in the back seat facing forward. I don't know. I might like that. I don't know. I sat on the side. I didn't like it. I thought it was well, thank you, Teresa. He's good with astrology. Just doesn't make any sense to me. It's supposedly easiest book on. You know, I think astrology in the ancient times did have a purpose. It was useful. It worked. I think they could tell many things from it, but they have manipulated the time. They have hidden their 13-month calendar. They have taken away one of the zodiac symbols. They have changed it so much. And the stars aren't stars. So how the hell do we know that they can't manipulate those stars in some way? Come on. No. No, I don't nope. Nope, nope, nope. No little stars. Well, I'm not watching those. Yeah, yeah. You can lick on as many frogs as you want to, but that doesn't make you a genius. Sorry. It's a lot of people get on this spiritual high horse and they think they're all that in a bag of bricks, but you know, at some point that you know rug gets swept out from under you. You get humbled. I agree that ancient astrology is most. I think it. I think it's based in something. I think tarot was based in something. I think a lot of these technologies were based in something, but we're not based anymore. We're we're not there anymore, y'all. Yeah, he know. Yeah, I'm fully aware of this. That yeah, he is extremely up astrology's booty hole. But it's just he's just regurgitating the shit that he read. I mean, it's not. Yeah, he understands the shit that he read, but it's not real. It's all fucked up. It's why is Nostradamus's quatrains? Why do they not make any sense? Okay, whether this is true or story or not, but the story goes with Nostradamus is that He wrote down all his quatrains. They weren't numbered. Then he took them and threw them in the air, and then picked them up randomly and numbered them. That's why they're not in order. Well, that's astrology now. That's what you're dealing with. You're trying to sift through a pile of rubble of information that is incorrect. It's a waste of time. It's absolutely a waste of time. It's not correct. I mean, how can you go by the moon when the moon might be a big round piece of metal? It could be. The moon quite possibly could be a satellite that was brought here in some way. It could be a lot of things. It's not what we're told. So I mean, what like I'm not going to base my thinking on something that's, you know, a set piece. I'm just not. That's just me. Y'all can, anybody's welcome to do whatever the hell you want to. I'm just telling you where I'm at. I am many years past astrology in my thinking. I left astrology many fucking years ago. There's a lot of things I left many fucking years ago because it either wasn't useful or it was incorrect. I'm 18 years deep in this January. I'm 18 years deep into this shit. I've read a lot of fucking books too, y'all. A lot of fucking books. I read so many books, my damn eyes are not well. I just really did a lot of reading, y'all. Let's see. Planets you can see at the time they have influence for certain energies. What are planets? They're just stage pieces. All of it's stage pieces. It's not. There's no planet. There are no planets. This whole concept of planets is they're I don't even know what to call them. They're stage pieces. They're lights in the sky. They're not these round objects that are out there in space. They're not what we were told. There are no planets. That's the sun's not what we're told. None of the shit's what we're told. Anything up there is not what we're told. All of it, none of it. It is. It's just not what we're told. Or it's the other side of the ice wall. Yeah, I think there's quite possibly an ice wall all the way around. The only question is that's where I would stop. Like this whole thing about there's land past the ice wall. Is that possible? Yes, it's possible. Do we know that? No. No one knows that. Everybody that says there's land beyond the ice wall is speculating. They don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. And until I see it or it's been proven, then I don't know. I don't go past the ice wall. I don't need to go unless I have it can be proven somehow, some way. And how are you going to get that proof? How are you going to, you know? They just recently went up there and faked them going to the North Pole on a soundstage, Amazon soundstage, okay? And people ate it up thinking, oh, here's proof of globe Earth. Well, it's on a fucking soundstage, y'all. Okay? They could do the same thing with the ice wall. So if you see it, doesn't mean that pretty much I'm going to have to go there myself if I'm going to believe in, there's something beyond the ice wall or what's beyond the ice wall. I don't care what's beyond the ice wall. Look, the truth is, I'm never going to see what's beyond that ice wall. I don't think. I don't really have any indication that that's ever going to be something I'm going to get to. I hope somebody else does. It ain't gonna be me because you say the word ice and I'm already shivering. I don't need to go find out what's beyond no damn ice wall. Fuck that ice wall. That's funny. I'm more interested in the torus field and the flat plane and the um, how the firmament works. I don't believe the firmament is solid like we think of as solid, like a dink dink dink. I don't think it's a solid object. I think it's a some sort of field that creates that. Yeah, Elon's full of shit. Yep, yep. Hmm. You see the sun setting in the clouds. How can it actually be 93 miles away? Yeah. Anything up there, just you got to rethink it. It's not. We've been lied to. It's wrong. What we've been told is wrong. Erase everything you've been told. Just scratch it off. There's something going on up there, but it's nothing but what we've been told. None of it is correct. None of it. The sun is not this big ball of gas burning and flaming and it's not true. No, no, yeah. I'm right there with you. No, what in Meltology? You know, I I really wish that the meltologists would do real research into meltology. I wish they would get over this horse shit that they're into, where they show everything and anything and just claim it's a belted building. It is so disingenuous. It is such a grift. It is such a fraud that they're perpetrating on their viewers and our community. Is shameful. It is really a thorn in our community. It is hurting everyone, um, and it sucks because it's a really cool theory, a hypothesis, and I believe that we do have this event in the past, way back a lot further than they think. But I think there was some serious shit going on with um, buildings being melted. In no way, shape, or form do I believe that all mountains are melted buildings. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my entire life. You are literally a certified, credentialed retard to believe that. You are a fucking idiot. That is absolutely, completely moronic. Like you literally, how do you not drown in a shower? As Karen B, to quote the famous words of Karen B, how do you not drown in a shower? Are there melted buildings? I think there are. But see, the if you do not toe the party line of the meltologist and suck off the Spartan Red and the Jerry DeCamp and the Truth Seeker 69 and the Jacobin Truth Seeker, the Jacobin Tartarian Truth and the Our Melted Reality and the I Am Kairos, if you don't suck off their tit and regurgitate every word they say and say brick love, and anything and everything that they put on that screen and say it's a melted building, if you do not toe that party line, you're out. You do not get a say. You do not understand the theory, the hypothesis. You don't get it. You can't see it. You just can't see it. You just can't see it because you didn't believe what we said. That is a cult. That is the definition of a fucking cult. And I am not joining the cult. I am not part of a cult. I am not going to join your cult. And I don't want to hang around with your cult. And they are crowning John Levy as their Lord and Savior. And it's going to destroy everything John Levy has worked for. Everything he has done for our community is going to destroy John Levy at some point. Guaranteed, mark my words. It will take John Levy down. He will lose his crown. He will be out there in the middle of the desert with no viewers, no, people supporting him, and he's going to have to go back to slinging coffee. And that sucks, I think. Waking up everyone in your house. Woo! Is the old saying that the I forget the line in the Bible, but it's basically Jesus talking about people in your hometown will believe you the least. And what is meant by that is that the people that know you the best, your friends and family, they will believe that they will not believe these new truths that you're coming to them with, because how could you know something that they don't? They know who you are. They know little Sigsar there. They know where he came from. They know all about him. They know everything he knows. How could he know anything more than we know? We know where he came from. So your friends and family are the hardest people to try to awaken. It's not even worth trying. And that's where we come in to help each other's friends and family. I help your people and you help my people. It's like we help each other's people, but we can't help our own people. Trust me on this. And I was told this when I first woke up, and I didn't believe them. I did not believe. I thought, oh no. They'll listen to me at the very least, and then they'll wake up because they'll hear the information and it will be undeniable. Yeah, that's bullshit. It doesn't work that way. Whew. What is a mountain then? What? Look. Okay. Now this is my opinion. Okay. Now that this is not. Okay. Look. The Creator created the universe and everything in it. The Creator created our flat Earth simulation that we live in. The Creator created our stage. Okay. The Creator created everything on our stage, which means the Creator created what we call mountains. Now, what are those mountains? How were they created? I have no idea. I'm not the creator of those mountains. I didn't do that. I didn't make them. Was it geology? No, it wasn't geology. I know where you're going with this. It wasn't geology. The Creator created this thing that looks like a mountain out of whatever the hell a mountain is made out of, because the Creator created it. And so you're asking a question that's unanswerable. But it ain't a fucking melted building, dude. It ain't a fucking melted building. And if it is a melted building, you see, now you got me fucked up. If it is a melted building, if you believe a mountain is a melted building, I have a $20,000 reward for anybody that can prove that a mountain is a melted red brick building. All mountains are red. This is the quote. All mountains are melted red brick buildings. Anybody that can prove that all mountains are melted red brick buildings, I will give $20,000 cash to. Anybody. If you can prove it. Fucking prove it. If you can prove to me that Mount Everest is a fucking melted building. I'll give you 20,000 fucking dollars. You prove that one fucking mountain is a fucking melted building. I'll give you 20,000 fucking dollars. Prove it. If you could take a brick and turn the motherfucker into a stone, in my hands, if you could take a brick and turn it into a motherfucking stone, I'll give you 20,000 fucking dollars. I've had this challenge out for a long time. And I'll debate John Levy, Spartan Red, Truth Seeker 69, Jacobin Tartarian Meltdown, or Jerry DeCamp on this channel, live on this channel. I will debate you live on this channel anytime. Bring it the fuck on. I have had this challenge out for fucking years. And where are these pussies at? Where the fuck are y'all at? You can't come to me and challenge me on a fucking debate. You know why? Because you know you're full of shit and I'll fucking ruin your grift. You motherfuckers just keep coming with this bullshit, yet you never come with the fucking evidence. Oh, I got my evidence. I got 1,000 pictures that show my evidence. It's not evidence. I could show you a picture of a 12-inch pecker and tell you that's mine, but that ain't my fucking pecker now, is it? That ain't fucking proof, is it? No, it ain't fucking proof. Y'all motherfuckers are so goddamn stupid. How the fuck do you not drown in the shower? How? Answer that fucking question. God damn. These motherfuckers are so goddamn stupid. What is a mountain then? Motherfucker, I don't know. But I can tell you this. I've been gem mining. I've gone and tunneled into a fucking mountain. I've been fucking deep in a fucking mountain. You know what I never saw? I saw sapphires. I saw quartz. I saw gold veins. You know what I never saw? I never saw a goddamn brick. Not one single motherfucking brick in the middle of a fucking mountain. Not one. Dumb motherfuckers. God damn. It's fucking unbelievable with you people. Fucking open your fucking ears. A brick can melt. Every time you fire a brick, the motherfuckers melt. 10 to 15% of a fucking firing of bricks melt. Okay? They vitrify. Okay? They have vitrification on the fucking brick. So if a brick can fucking melt and a building is made out of bricks, obviously a building can fucking melt. This is fucking logic 101 here, people. But that doesn't mean that a fucking brick can turn into a fucking quartz stone or a fucking sandstone or a fucking limestone or a fucking marble. It doesn't mean that it can balloon to 20 times its fucking size. It doesn't mean that bricks can morph into other bricks and still remain structurally integral and be the same fucking... They don't fuse to fucking together. It's a fucking brick. And if you can prove it, I'll give you 20,000 fucking dollars. God damn. Unfucking believable, you people. I mean, it's... I want you to prove this. I really do. Make me look stupid. Please, God, make me look stupid. Do it. I dog dare you. I triple fucking dog dare you. There's a Meltology war on Facebook. Some have common sense and speak up during the melt post. You can't. These people that they get. Anytime anybody challenges them in their chats, in their comments, on their Facebooks, anything like that, they block them. They just block them. They say, you don't get it. You didn't watch the documentary. You didn't understand the documentary. You just don't get it. They're a cult. And the weak and the stupid fall for it, like John Levy. Yes. See, you're showing your true colors. I have been here for many years, and yes, I'm a flat earther. I've done many conversations, many videos. I have stated it 1,000 fucking times that I'm a flat earther. Matter of fact, I've probably stated in this video 20 fucking times already that I'm a flat earther. Look, here's the thing. Why don't you motherfuckers do your fucking homework, okay, and come and get in the fucking ring? Do your homework, research what I've said, and then come and try to be an asshole. Because then and only then will you have something that is intelligent that you can fucking say that will make any fucking sense. That I welcome. That I want. I want the head of the snake. I don't want little tail motherfuckers like you coming up and trying to get in the ring with fucking Ali. You don't fucking do that. Okay, you're like Jake Paul, motherfucker. Dumbass. God almighty. Some mountains are trees. I believe that. I believe that there are quite possibly, very possibly, I think that is definitely something that will be found to be true. I think that there are some massive fucking trees that were cut down. Mountains are elephants. Some on mountains are slag piles. Slag piles. I definitely agree with. The Titan thing. Possibly. I'll leave it in the possible category. But this whole thing, all mountains are Titans, or not all buildings are mudflood buildings. Not all mountains are melted buildings. Not all, mountains are Titans. Not, it's not all one thing. There's so much going on in our world. And everything's one thing is bullshit. Anybody says everything's one thing is bullshit. It's not all mudflood buildings. There are melted buildings. There are mudflood buildings. There's so many different things going on. popcorn, cobblestones, they are. Yeah. They're a cult. They have fooled so many people, good people. Like, there's some really nice people that have really been fooled by this. What do you do? I mean, it's like, I don't know. They've just drunk this Kool-Aid, and I don't know how you get them to stop drinking it. They're really sucking it down. Probably start a Levy Milk group on Facebook as a purity coin page. If he would just, if John would have, if he would just sit down and have a conversation, I bet you he would understand what I'm saying. But he because he won't sit down and have a conversation, he just takes everything personally. So now I don't give a fuck. I'm tired of pussyfooting with people. If I got to be the fucking asshole to get the point across, I'm going to be the fucking asshole. I'm going to be the biggest fucking asshole you've ever seen. If that's what it takes to get it through your thick heads. I have been, you got to understand, you got to understand, people. These people have talked astronomical amounts of shit about me. They have copy striked me on YouTube. They have blamed me for taking down their channels, which wasn't true. Later came out that it wasn't true. And they have death threatened me multiple fucking times. So when it comes to these motherfuckers, yeah, I get really fucking riled up. Because you ain't going to come at me and fucking threaten my fucking life without getting some of me. I will fuck you up. Fucking heck, I can't stand these motherfuckers. I'm sorry, if you got to death threat somebody to fucking hold your fucking truth, you're fucking full of shit. You don't see me death threaten people because of fucking Mudflood. I'm like, oh, you don't believe in Mudflood? I'm gonna kill you. Fuck you. That's why I get people ask me all the time, well, I don't understand why you're so pissed off at these people. It's because of these things. What would you do if they came at you? What would you do? You don't threaten people like that and it not come back. You asking for fucking trouble. You go fuck around and find out with me. I will fuck you up. God damn, I'll fuck you up. You come at me and mine, I will fuck you up. I am not to be trifled fucking with. Don't fuck with me. Don't ever fuck with me. I will fuck you up. I am fucking Gen X. We do not fucking play. I'm fucking feral. I got a goddamn spear. Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. That's just my little toy. Don't fuck with me. I get really wrought up. If these motherfuckers would just listen for a change, just take the fucking wax out of their ear or the fucking weed or whatever, the RSO oil, whatever they got in their fucking ears, and just listen to the fucking words that come out of my mouth and understand that we actually agree on so many things. But because I don't toe the party line, because I don't suck off Jen's titties and suck up that bullshit she puts out, all cobblestone roads are built brick buildings and fucking asphalt's melted brick buildings and icebergs are melted brick buildings, because I don't suck that titty juice off those dumb motherfuckers. They won't listen to a fucking word I have to say. I ain't in the cult. I don't toe the party fucking line. So they won't let me in. And they won't come debate me. How many times have you heard me challenge these motherfuckers on this channel? I've got videos on this channel from years ago challenging these motherfuckers. I've got rewards for proof. Where is it at? Why do you think I've never gotten any of this, resolved? Why do you think I've never had anybody come up here and get on this channel and debate me? And I'm not talking about you low-level motherfuckers. I'm talking about the heads of the snake. I ain't going after the tail. I want the fucking jugular. You cut off the head of the snake. You don't cut off the fucking tail and let the fucking head bite you. Fuck that shit. Mountains might be petrified ancient giant trees and the branches. I think some are. Some are. Not all. Not all. I think the creator was like, this would be pretty. This would be cool. And created that. I mean, I'm sorry. If you don't get that, you need to go to the deep mountains. I mean, the mountains. I'm not talking about where there's a mountain. I'm talking about where there's thousands of mountains around, like the Blue Ridge Mountains. Just go up to the Blue Ridge Mountains. That's even little mountains compared to what the big mountains are, like the Himalayas and shit like that. Just go to the Blue Ridge Mountains and sit there and meditate on how that was, made. And that'll put some, lead in your pencil. That'll get you thinking, right? Because there ain't no way you're going to sit there and look at them North Carolina mountains and call them a goddamn melted brick building. You would realize you're a retard. You'd be like, my God, I'm retarded. I am retarded because I thought that these was all melted brick buildings. But I'm looking around and there's no way. There's no fucking way. You cannot look at those beautiful ass, big ass mountains that are everywhere and come up with that thought. It can't be done. Wild Army UK is putting out some good chi, but I'm still digesting it. And I think that's the guy that was posting that Meltology crap. So X-Nay on the Wild Army UK. If you're pushing the Meltology that these people are pushing, you're out. You're done. I'm not gonna support that. I don't care how good a work you did in the past. I don't care how I don't care about nothing. If you're pushing that, you're out. I just don't give a shit no more. Why would you believe that mountains are buildings without any evidence? because they are on drugs. That is the answer. That is the only answer. That, and they're part of a cult. And these people, why do people drink the Kool-Aid? Why did all those people drink the Kool-Aid and die? Because they were in a cult and they believed their cult leader. And this is another funny thing. I don't know if y'all realize this, but the Meltologists are at war with each other. Okay? And one week it's these guys at war, and another week it'll be another guys, and then they'll flip a bitch on each other, and it's like snakes. It's like a snake pit, and they're all biting each other because they can't agree. It's like Christianity, how there's all these different versions of it, and everybody wants to be the king on top. Everybody wants to wear the fucking crown. It is such a joke. I don't think there are petrified titans, maybe, but not as big as mountains. I don't know. I think it's possible there could be petrified titans. I mean, okay, let's say there was a very big. Let's just, I mean, for shits and giggles, punch in the dark. Let's say there is a 100-foot giant. I mean, I don't know. Let's just say 100, just for shits and giggles. Let's say there's a 100-foot giant, and he, for some reason, dies. He falls over and petrifies. Maybe, possibly. I mean, I don't know. I can't. It's not. I only stick with what I can really, prove. That I can show. Like, I don't like this. It's fun to speculate, but I don't have any proof that there is a damn giant that has turned into a mountain or what looks like a mountain. I just don't have that proof. There are other people that go into that, but then the problem with those people is they always say, "Oh, everything is petrified titans," and it's the whole everything. That's where you lose me. Yes, $20,000. Put the fucking word out. Call your mom. I don't care. Prove to me that all mountains are melted red brick buildings. $20,000. Prove to me, and I don't mean like send me a video. I mean come to me with a brick and turn that motherfucker into a stone. Granite stone, quartz stone, sandstone, fool's gold. I don't give a fuck what you turn it into. Turn it from a brick into something else that is a stone, a type of stone. Okay? $20,000. What link? Define link. What link? Fervent Heat's a jackass. A fucking idiot. And Fervent Heat is a tail. I don't want a tail. I want a head. I want the head of a snake. But you don't. I have to kill a lot of snakes where I'm at. Okay, there's a swamp behind me. We have a lot of snakes out here. You don't kill a snake by cutting off the tail. That's a really dumb thing to do. I'm not doing that. Fervent Heat's a joke. Let's see. A whole lot of people believe that Charlie Kirk's dead without any evidence. Same level as Meltology. I'm not really thinking Charlie's too dead, but that's just my thinking. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. What are we talking about here? So they used them to build with. They used them. What are we talking about? So they used them to build with. What are we talking about? What am I missing? That's not a question. I don't know what you're talking about. Ask a question. What if we live in astral on the other side, and we're sitting in front of a simulator computer and learning how to go through life, just like people learn how to fly on jet simulator looks real. Um, my opinion is I don't think that's how it works. Um, I don't believe there's any computer electronic technology being used. I think it's our soul is inserted into a physical meat suit, into this simulated reality. Our meat suit is also simulated. It feels real, but it's really not. It's a very, very, very complicated simulation. And our soul is inserted into this meat suit. And um, we we can come in and out of that meat suit at times. But for the most part, we drive from the meat suit. Um, I don't believe we're out there uh, um, observing. I believe we're in here observing, and creating. We are projecting also. That's just my thinking on it. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see. Can you show us an example of a melted building? Here's the problem. Our A picture is not a way to do this research. Um, a photograph of something does not capture, it does not have enough resolution to capture what is needed to make a determination as to what is and is not a melted building. Um, Video is a little better at it, because when you have video, you get more of a three-dimensional view of something. But then you have the problem of most of the videos that we get are taken from the outside of what this supposed structure is. And unless you dig into this area, you're not going to get to the bottom of it. And so here's my thing. No, I'm not going to show you anything. Okay. Because there is such a fraud happening in the meltology community of what they are showing as melted buildings, that until we can get rid of we we have a virus that has run rampant in this hypothesis community, and until we can detox from that, I refuse to fucking go there, because it is not worth. We need to separate the wheat from the chaff. I want to see this theory go forward and become a hypothesis that has merit. It is based in good evidences. It is based on boots on the ground. It is based on digging up the earth. It is based on science that we go and we test scientifically the findings. We don't just look at something and say, oh, that's a melted brick. That we test it and we find out that it actually has the properties of a fucking brick. I want to see real research done. And until we get rid of the old guard of the cult of Meltology, this hypothesis cannot move forward properly. And it will fail. It will fail if we do not get rid of them. Or they have to come clean. Or they have to change their ways. But I don't think they will, because they are grifting the fuck out of you people. They are making their bread and butter on their bullshit they're slinging at you, and they really enjoy it, and I'm just not going to be a part of it. So am I going to show you an example of a melted building? I ain't showing you shit until you can prove to me all the bullshit that's been said already. I ain't showing you shit. Why would I? Why would I do that? Why would I give you the keys to the fucking kingdom? Who the fuck are you? Fuck. Like I said, y'all on my shit list come at me, death threat me. I talk to you like dogs, because that's what you are. I ain't never death threatened nobody, but motherfucker, you ain't gonna death threat me. I'll guarantee you, you ain't gonna fucking fuck with me. I'm fucking don't fuck with Gen X. We will fuck you up. We will collectively fucking ruin you. I think there were a lot of buried towns inside the mountains that I live around, but that does not mean the mountains are melted buildings. Yeah, I think there's a lot more than we even know about. I think I have a suspicion that during the last reset, that during the Mudflood event, whatever it was, that we went underground and we hid, and when we came out, I think we were not good with the sun, and I think that's why you see people wearing such long clothing all the time. I think that's why you see them when they go to the beach, they have to wear the clothing at the beach. I think that's why they're always wearing the hats. I think they had a problem dealing with the sun. Yes, a cult. I have an entire video explaining how Meltology is a cult. And I'm not going to go find it for you. Just go look. Dude, I've done so many videos on Meltology now. I'm not going to do your homework for you. It's not going to happen. Do your own homework. I don't wipe people's asses. I wipe my own ass. I don't wipe anybody else's. I don't do that. Do your own homework. So I'm pretty sure it was 2 weeks ago where he showed, agreed on some. I'm not sure what I'm talking about there. Yeah. I get passionate when I'm speaking my truth. I am passionate. Okay, I will fight you tooth and nail. Okay, when I believe in something, I will fight you tooth and nail. Okay, unless you can prove me wrong, I'm coming for you. I'm Gen X. That's just the way we're wired. We ain't no Gen Z millennial fucking pansy ass motherfuckers over here. We handled our shit. We don't fucking back down. When we know we're right, we do not back down. Now, when we know we're wrong, when we find out we're wrong, when we realize we're wrong, yep, we will come with our hand in our head, and we will apologize because we know we're wrong. But I ain't wrong here. I know I'm not wrong. I'm not going to offer up $20,000 fucking dollars because I think I'm wrong. See, I don't gamble. I never have. I have never once gambled in my entire life. Okay. Mountains look like they're drawn upward by some kind of magnetism. That's interesting. See, that's interesting. You know, I, I get this kind of thought in my head when I talk about that, and I just, can you just imagine the creator has a hand and he goes and he just reaches down and grabs the earth and just picks it up and drops it, kind of like those magnetized pieces of magnet, you know, the shavings, and you pick it up and it creates little forms. Just imagine if God or the creator just picked up earth and then dropped and it formed this little pile, kind of like a kid playing with sand. I don't know, just kind of fun. I don't know how they were created. I mean, the creator, who the fuck am I to explain the creator? The creator look, just look at the human body and you will realize the level of intelligent design that the creator has. That's all you gotta do. So only some buildings are melted. See, you're not even asking a question there. So only some buildings are melted. What does that mean? What buildings? Are we talking about the buildings in Chicago? Are we talking about the buildings in New Delhi? Are we talking about the buildings in the mountains of Utah? Are we talking about the buildings in in downtown Los Angeles? What are we talking about? So only some buildings are melted. What buildings? Like you're not even asking a question that's logical. That does I can't even answer these questions because they're not logical. They don't have any. I'm trying to help you. I swear to God, I'm trying to help you. I know I'm yelling at you. I know I'm swinging at you, but you've got to listen to the fucking words coming out of my mouth. Ask a fucking question, a real question, please. It's getting late and I'm getting tired. I haven't eaten my dinner yet, and I still got to go to bed. Zionism, more of a problematic cult. Yeah, that'll work itself out. Why is Meltology growing up so much? Several reasons. Um, Number one, the base hypothesis has some merit. I think it has some merit, and it's like when you're when the elite want to fool us, they sprinkle in truth. Okay, so Meltology has a base of truth. A brick can melt. We know this is a fact. This is a fact. This is undeniable. This is scientifically provable. Okay. I'm sure you've seen videos of where bricks have melted. Clinker bricks. All clinker bricks are vitrified melted bricks. Okay. 10 to 15% of all fired bricks melted to some form or another. Okay. The more heat they got, the more melted or vitrified they became. So if a brick can melt and buildings are made out of bricks, then Logic 101 tells you that a building can melt. Now, the problem with that is that the amount of heat it would take to melt a building is astronomical. We're talking plasma, we're talking forms of heat that we can't replicate right now. So to test it in a laboratory, okay, is how would you test it? Okay, you could put a brick in a laboratory and maybe hit it with some plasma and maybe melt that brick. Yes. Hell, I've got one sitting right over here. I can take a 52-inch projection Fresnel lens. I could take it outside, put some sun on a brick, and I can melt that brick. I've seen that done. But that's one brick. We're talking a whole building. Another question is, if these buildings were, if there was these all these buildings, we have zero record, zero. We don't even have the records to prove the buildings that we know exist. We don't have the records to show where all these bricks were fired at. Number one. And then you're going to add melted brick buildings in there. There's no record of these bricks being built. Okay. Of course, Jerry DeCamp will tell you that we thought them up. They were from our mind. Okay. Now, we can create as creators, okay, damn near anything. Could we possibly, theoretically, coming from a universal law standpoint, could we possibly create a red brick building using only our mind? Theoretically, yes. The problem is when Jerry DeCamp gets up on YouTube and claims that we created all these melted buildings with our mind and puts nothing behind it, he sounds like a fucking idiot. Not to mention he's a drug addict and a fucking moron. He's a nut. His cheese has clearly slid off his cracker. Even the Meltologists have backed away from Jerry DeCamp, and he is the founder. No matter what anybody says, Jerry DeCamp is the OG. He's the fucking goat. Period. No matter what anybody says, Jerry DeCamp is the fucking goat. He is the original person that came up with this theory. Now, I think Jerry was pretty intelligent back in the day when he started coming up with this theory. But Jerry did too many fucking drugs, and Jerry is living in a fucking cabin in the fucking woods smoking meth. He's out there. He's gone. Another thing is that they got together and they did these, and they still do these live streams together, and they get in there and they pat each other on the back and they say brick love, and they create this community. And then if you come in there and you toe the party line and you say, oh, excellent evidence, oh, I can see the apertures, oh yes, I see the apertures, oh, let me get out my magnifying glass and look, oh yes, I see the brick lines. If you toe the party line, okay, they will pat you on the butt and they will, just continue letting you be part of their little cult and, move on down the road. But if you disagree with them, you're out. Oh, they'll say, oh yeah, well, we allow anybody to come in. Yeah, try that. I bet a lot of you in here right now, and I know some of you personally have gone in there and tried to go at them and been blocked. I know I am. That's okay. Oh, and I don't go in there as myself. Okay. No, I'm not stupid. Stuff Snoopy can't show up on the Spartan Red show. What you talking about? Ask a question? People want to be part of something. And so when you've got people, smoking dope, they're all smoking dope. Okay, I don't care what you say. I've confirmed and documented every one of them fucking doing drugs of some form. Okay, every one of them, I've got them documented. Doing drugs on camera. Okay. And when you're high, your brain does not function. You think you're intelligent. You think you're fucking Leonardo da Vinci, but you're not. Okay. And this is why 18 years ago, I stopped doing drugs and alcohol. Okay. Cold turkey. And I have been sober ever since. 18 years sober. I'm sorry. My mind fucking sparks. Okay. I'm fucking firing on all cylinders. Okay. I don't have anything clouding my fucking mind. So I see very fucking clearly. I see right through this bullshit. And also, why is John Levy getting on board? Because John Levy is a grifter, and John Levy needs to pay the bills on his shack in the middle of Utah. Okay? He needs the money. He's running out of ideas. He sees this thing as a good grift, and he's jumping on board. Truth is, John Levy doesn't believe a shit of what he's saying. John Levy doesn't care because he's a fucking grifter. That's all he's in for. He'll tell you anything you want to fucking hear. As long as you're listening and as long as you're, donating to his shack, he's going to tell you whatever you want to hear. Doesn't matter. Why is it growing so much? Better question. What's going to happen when this theory hits the big time? When it goes mainstream? What do you think is going to happen when, let's say John Levy goes on Joe Rogan for the first time and Joe Rogan starts clapping back at him? What do you think is going to happen when Joe Rogan actually asks him a real question? I mean, I'm not saying Joe Rogan's not compromised, but this is an example. What if John Levy or anybody, what if any of these people, what if you go on a mainstream channel, okay, a big channel, what if you get to the big time, okay, and you take Meltology and you're going to go and you're going to show the world Meltology, and you go through your whole spiel and you show your evidence, and then they start asking you questions. I've got a video. I forget what channel it was on. I forgot who the guy was. It was a low-level minion meltologist person. And he went on somebody's live stream. I think it might have been Sanchez. I can't remember. I want to say Sanchez for some reason. I think it was Sanchez. And they let this guy go up there, and they let him go for like an hour. They just winded him up. Tell us about Meltology. He goes on there, and he's Meltology rapid firing for an hour, right? And he gets done. He gets to the end of his presentation, and then they just lit him up. They lit him up like a goddamn Christmas tree bonfire, and they wore this motherfucker out. They bitch slapped him until he absolutely was the emperor had no clothes. It's fucking hilarious. I've got that recorded somewhere. I should post that sometime. That was so funny. Because as soon as you start asking real questions, they just they don't know what to do. They have no idea what to do. And they just revert back to, but let me show you a picture. Let me show you the evidence. We've already seen that. You've already been through all that. We've already seen the shit you've just showed us. Why do we want to see more of the same fucking shit? Yes, Berry Towns, even on the land in Johnson Valley, California, where my daughter lives, we drove a small tractor back there. I have video, nothing in his belts, it's just several piles of rocks. I think I will say this. I think that out there in Utah, in some of those mountains, I think you could find something like melted buildings. I think in like Petra's not a melted building. Come on, that's stupid. That's another thing that Truth Seeker 69 says. It's retarded. I think I'm not gonna. There's so many places that okay, look. If it's in a city, more than likely, especially in America, if it's in a city, more than likely you're not going to find a melted building. Okay, now a meltologist will tell you different. They'll swear up and down every damn thing under the sun's a melted building. They'll even tell you a building that's like downtown Chicago. Oh, that's melted. I've heard it all. You name it, I've heard it. I've heard some of the craziest shit. I just can't even wrap my head around where they get some of these ideas. Asphalt, melted building, asphalt, fucking asphalt. Thank you, GT. I'm not up here to make you believe me. I'm not up here. I appreciate everyone's support, but I believe what I believe because I believe it. I don't believe it because people are supporting what I believe or agreeing with me. I'm not asking you to agree with me. I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm just telling you my truth. Okay? This is where I share my truth. And it's okay if you don't agree with me. That's okay. I don't have a problem with that, but I'm still going to hold my truth because it's my truth. I mean, if you have a different truth, then you create a channel or whatever, make a video and share your truth. My truth does not rely on others, is what I'm saying. It doesn't require input. And I change my truth. If I find better evidence, I am absolutely willing to change. If you put a brick in my hand and turn that motherfucker into stone, number one, it's going to happen. I'm going to give you $20,000. Number two, I'm going to admit that I was wrong. Number three, I'm going on Oprah and I'm going to show that a brick can turn into a stone. I'm going to make $1 billion fucking dollars because that technology is going to be so valuable. I'm going to make my money back lotfold. Okay, that's what's going to happen. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm just straight honest with you. I'm going to sell what you show me. I'm going to make $1 billion on what you show me. Because to be able to take a brick, a simple, cheap ass brick, and turn it into a fucking stone, which is much stronger, much more valuable, okay, that's alchemy. I've just become an alchemist, okay? And to hold that technology and to be able to reproduce that, I'm going to be freaking Bill Gates Jr. Y'all not see what I'm saying here? Mama didn't make no fool. Just toeing the party line. Oh yeah, this is another one. Yeah, that's a good point, GT. Meltology. See, I know the meltologist better than the meltologist that not the head meltologist, but the people that's the minions, the followers of meltology. I know it better than they know it because I've studied all of them. They'll study one or two or three or this portion, this group, this sect of meltology, but they won't study the whole thing. I've studied all these motherfuckers. Okay. I've even studied the minions, the lower level minions that make their videos. Okay. I've studied those guys. Okay. I've studied them all. Okay. But this is something that they say. They say that all sand is brick dust. They say everything is brick dust. Everything. But just say all sand. I mean, just that alone is retard levels beyond Dean fries are done. That is like unbelievable level of retardation. Unbelievable. I'm not sure. Meredith, I'm not sure who that is. My house, every light is going on. Uh-oh. You in trouble 6R? See that snake mouth off the end of South America. I think there's probably some pretty cool things out there. I really do. I just definitely don't get on board with everything is everything. You know, not everything is a giant tree. Not everything is a melted building. Not every building is mud flooded. Not every, you know, it's just not everything's one thing. I think there's a lot of things going on here. A lot of things. We're so lost in what has really transpired here. So the trees melted with the brick. I'm not seeing where that's coming from. Okay, let me. I don't know where you're getting that concept from. Must be somebody talking. But my interpretation of uh, the giant trees is that somehow they were cut down, because it quite literally looks like a tree stump that has been cut off with a chainsaw. It literally looks exactly the same. I believe that then they petrified, and that's why you have the um, hexagonal columns that go straight down. I believe those are the veins of the tree that have petrified. I don't believe that the trees are in any way, shape, or form bricks. And there's a lot more research on that if you want to look into that. It's got teeth and everything. Yep, Paul Cook's still out there kicking ass and taking names, doing his thing. I think dragons. I think all the dinosaur bones are dragons, in my opinion. It's my thinking right now. I don't believe in dinosaurs, but I do believe in dragons. Let's see. That's not inclusive discussion. I don't know. Supertramp. If you could ask full questions as opposed to sound bites, you must be a Gen Z. I don't know. I can't understand. Maybe you're talking to somebody else, but if you're talking to me, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Some weapons turn things to stone. Some change maker structure. There could have been you know, what is a fasciste? You know, there could be some. I think there's ancient technologies that we're unaware of. Definitely. Yes. Um, but I don't really. I don't think I'd be on board with, let's say, like the whole thing of turning, let's say, a person into stone like Medusa. I'm just not really on board with that. I'm not really feeling that. Um, just not feeling like, I'm not feeling that you take a weapon and turn, I'm really not at all on board with taking a brick and turn it into a stone. That in any way, shape, or form, I'm just not on board with. I don't care what kind of weapon you have. I could see a weapon being used on a brick and melting the brick, but having a brick turn into a quartz rock or a sandstone or a piece of marble, I'm just not on board. I, I can't get behind that. That's my thinking. Just not. I'm just unless somebody can like prove that to me. And no, abnormal grain growth. That's some bullshit that what's that sheep poo came up with. Bullshit. He's talking about something on the microscopic level that happens, and he's projecting it to the macroscopic, acting like that the two things are the same. He's like, here's how it happens. See here on the microscopic level how it's, that doesn't transfer, because just because you have things going on in a stone on the microscopic level, okay, over long periods of time, does not mean that a brick can turn into a fucking granite stone. That doesn't correlate. That's drugs. It's drugs. It's too much drug use. You know, I used to do drugs. I get it. I thought a lot of crazy shit when I was on drugs. I thought I was pretty smart when I did drugs, to be honest with you. I really did. Me and one of my good friends, we used to have these great intellectual conversations. Now I know they were all bullshit. It was just us philosophizing about thinking we were intelligent, but we weren't. We were asleep and we were high. If you look in the ocean off the end of South America, you'll see the teeth. I'll have to look at that. I know what you're talking about, but I haven't really looked at that. But y'all got some, y'all be sharing some shit up in here. I like it. I'll go back and read these chats. I won't see what y'all got, because y'all be dropping some good truths in here. I appreciate that. Petrified giant has a distinct nose. I don't know what you're talking about. That's funny though. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't really. I see it more as a metaphor for a technology or a I don't know. I don't really. I haven't seen anything that says that is real to me. But then again, I don't find it that much interesting, so I haven't spent any time really on it, other than seeing it, talked about in mythology and things, and I know it's very prevalent in the old world architecture. But then again, it could be a symbol for something, for an idea or a technology. Like, what is a fasciste? Is a fasciste a bundle of sticks wrapped around an axe? I don't think so. Is it a weapon like that looks like that? I don't think so either. I think Martin Lika said that. I don't think that's right either. I think it's a symbol for an idea, a symbol for something, and we've lost. It's been lost in translation of time. Who is the head of the snake? I'm assuming that's what you're asking. There are 4 heads of the snake. You have Jerry DeCamp, who is absolutely he is gone. Unless, if you don't know about Jerry has he is the OG. He is the originator of the Meltology hypothesis. His cheese has slid off his cracker. He has gone full meth head, crackhead, fucking heroin addict. I don't know. He's fully drugged out, fucked out of his mind, living in a cabin in the woods. He still does live streams. If you don't believe me, just go watch his live streams. If you don't get it at that point, you are fucking high. Then you got Tartarian Meltdown, Jacobin, who did the Tartarian Meltdown documentary, who created the second Bible of the Meltology field, and the first being When the Buildings Cry, that was done by Jerry DeCamp. Jacobin did the Tartarian Truth documentary, or Tartarian Meltdown documentary, and the which actually is a better video, but he also, he's just as an idiot. He one-upped it with the icebergs or melted buildings and shit like that. And he even claims that the pyramids in Giza are brick buildings. I mean, just crazy shit. But Jacobin has stepped back and hasn't done anything in a long time. He has kind of gone into family mode. Matter of fact, he did a live stream recently, and I actually caught it live, and somebody asked him a question about Tartaria, and he says, I don't really want to talk about Tartaria. Thought that was interesting. I don't know where he's at with what he's doing. I think I don't really know. He just has backed away. That's all I can tell you. Then you've got Spartan Red, and Spartan Red was Jerry DeCamp's little butt buddy, and they used to run together. But then they had a falling out, and Spartan Red separated from him and started doing his own thing. And Spartan Red uh, is the one that created the Melted Brick Red Brick University uh, group, and I consider him a head, and he is in real poor health. He's constantly smoked out of his brain, um, and he has literally said he doesn't answer any. I have him recorded as saying, "I do not answer questions. Basically beyond needing to answer questions. Basically, he's a cult leader that, yeah, he's not going to answer your questions because, well, you're going to, find him, grifting. Um, and then the fourth head of the snake is Truth Seeker 69 Jen, and she's just a nasty creature. She's the one that claimed not once but twice that I got her YouTube channel taken down, which was later to be a lie. I knew it at the time, but she actually admitted later that it was a lie and that wasn't true, but she never apologized for that. So, yeah, I have a personal vendetta against that bitch, because that is completely uncalled for. When somebody disagrees with you, you publicly state that they took your channel down because you have done wrong. Fuck you, Jen. Fuck the horse you rode in on, Jen. Fuck you. So those are the four heads of the snake. Everybody else is a ankle biter. They are sucking off the tits of those four people. If I had to put, if I had to really narrow it down some more, I think Jerry is so far gone. Even the Meltology research people have realized that he's a fucking nut, and all of them have backed away from him. But I think that he's gone off the range, and he is no longer really relevant. And Jacobin, like I said, he is backed away for whatever reason. It could just be he wanted to go spend time on his new family, which is cool. I respect that. But it could also be that he started realizing maybe he, oopsied and maybe blew his load a little bit too quick. I don't know. Time will tell. But right now, he is not a contender. And then you've got, I would say, Spartan Red and Jen Truth Seeker 69 as being the heads. But weirdly, and I don't know why, you'll have to ask Fervent Heat this because I'm sure he knows, but they have gone silent on doing their live streams, which is very odd because they were live streaming a lot. So I don't know what's going on there. I know that Spartan Red is in poor health, and could have something to do with that, but I don't know. But those are the heads of the snake. If you want to know who's the heads of the snake, those are the heads of the snake. Everybody else is literally has taken what they're doing from them, created their own little channels, and done the same thing. They've copy pasted in their cookie cutter. If you get down to it, they're cookie cutter. Even John Levy is cookie cuttering off of these guys. Even though John Levy is because he is such a big channel, that's why I call him their leader. But no, John is a fucking joke. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. John didn't make this shit up. John is just literally grifting off this idea. He needs content, y'all, and it makes for good content. I mean, these people have been grifting the fuck out of this thing. I'm not look. I'm not trying to destroy these people. I'm trying to get them to show the truth. That's what I want. I don't care if they stay on YouTube or not. That doesn't is if they start telling the truth, I more power to them. If they came out today and said, you know what, we have been fucking around and we have really made some mistakes and we need to, really change our ways and do this right. And if they like came back and pulled back on what they've said and started trying to really work things out and tell the truth, I'd leave them alone. But I'm not going to leave them alone until they do that. So I don't know. I'm a dog with a bone. You ain't getting this bone. It ain't happening. Matrix movie was metaphorical. Yes, it wasn't. The simulation is not like the movie The Matrix. Although the movie The Matrix was based off the idea of the simulation. Good answer on a simulator computer question. You're welcome. Thank you. The question is, can the fuck are you writing there? And melt. Can an and melt? Speak English, motherfucker. Turn, look at the old world buildings in every city in the world. Answer is no. Can't. Question is, can melt? Can melt tar? What are you saying? I don't know what you're saying here. Turn, look at the old world buildings in every city of the world. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. I'm sure it was words of wisdom. Absolutely. That means a lot to me. That passage. Don't cast pearls before swine. I spent a lot of years trying to help people. I tried to help some of the worst people you can imagine. And my thinking was that if I can help the worst of the worst, then it will give me the confidence to help, the ones that are easier. So I tried going to help people that were in real bad shape, mentally, physically, and in all shapes and forms. And it doesn't work. Don't cast pearls before swine, and that's a hard truth. No, I think your buddy Super Cramp here is whatever his name is. That's not his name, is it? I don't know his name. I what is his name? I'm trying to be Super Tramp. See, GT messing with me. Look, I've been to this fight so many times in the last 4 or 5 years now. I've been to this table so many times where I sit down, a meltologist comes at me with this low intellect shit, and they try to go at me, and I'm like a ram, and I put my head down and I start butting that head, and they're not used to getting pushed back on, and they do one of two things: either they double down on stupid, like say fervent heat, like if I was having this conversation with fervent heat, he would double down on stupid. Okay, but this guy, he's sitting there questioning. Wait a minute, there's this guy. He's looking at me. He's like, why is this guy so upset about this? Why is he fighting me so hard on this? He's never been fought like this on this. And I'm not saying he's agreeing with me. I'm saying that I'm rattling him. And I want to rattle him. I want him to think for himself. I want him to ask real questions. Real good, logical fucking questions. Not just to me, to Meltology, to himself. I think he came here maybe to troll. But that might be a good thing. He's already showed possible multiple a couple of years ago. Put the invitation to bait. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I've tried that. I'm not against the idea of some buildings have been hit with something that can cause such damage. Yeah, I do believe there are melted buildings. I think that I've seen many things that I think are quite that are um, candidates for such an event. Yes, absolutely. I do think that that is a possibility. 100%. And I've got a video somewhere that BEAGS, it's a short. Just look down for like BEAGS thoughts on Meltology or BEAGS beliefs in Meltology or something like that. And I clearly state in writing what my beliefs about Meltology are. I don't mix my words. I tell you verbatim what I think. It's a short. Even dumb people can watch it. It don't take much brain power to read through it. I think I even read it for you. I don't remember. It's right there it's in my short section. And I don't, like I said, I don't wipe people's asses. You want a video, unless I want to specifically go find it for you or have, one of these wonderful moderators go find it for you, which I don't do much, but I do sometimes. I'm not going to go searching out through my thousands of videos or whatever, 1,000 videos. I don't even know. I'm not going to go searching through those videos to find you one video that you're not willing to go look for yourself. Who knows, you might stumble across 15 before you get to that one video you're looking for that might actually help you. Go do your own research. Think for yourself. Don't, oh God, what if I show you a video, like give you a specific video, but then that's not the video that's going to be the one that triggers you to understand it? What if you go searching and you find another video that actually helps you? It's like recommending books. What's the point of recommending books to people? They're not going to read what you recommend to them. They're only going to read it if they find it themselves. I've been doing this 18 years, y'all. I'm love and light and fuck you. Balance. Okay. Under Kansas, it probably has tons of cities below. Yeah, Kansas is a weird city. I've been there before. I walked into a bar in Kansas City one night, and John Popper was playing the guitar, acoustic guitar. I walked right past him, and I stopped. I turned around, and there was John Popper sitting on a chair playing a guitar in the middle of this bar. And I got a beer, and I came back, and I was standing there, and he quit playing for a second and was getting a swig of a beer. And I said, "Hey, are you John Popper?" He goes, "Yep." All right. Just so fucking random. That was in Kansas City. Good times. I sure didn't hear that about the cats in Maui. I believe, okay, what are we talking about? I'm not sure what we're talking about. Yep, GT's in California. Why did they fence off so much of that town? There was all kinds of evidence of EMF in Lahia. Yeah, Lahia, man. Whew. Jeez. I don't know what 6R is talking about, but we'll put it up there and y'all can go check it out. He finds good stuff. Weather's nice. There are packets of good folks. All right, blasting through here. Blast, blast, blast. All right, speak now, forever hold your peace. Ultimately, I'm busting John's balls, but I want to see John succeed. Ultimately, that's what I want. If I got to break him down to do that, that's what I'll do. I tried being nice. It didn't work. So now I'll be nasty. I don't care. Does it matter? If you don't hear me one way, I'll just go another. Knock him off right off that damn spiritual high horse he's on. Get him down here with the, plebeians. See, I might be a little fella, but I'll bite your fucking ankles off. That's what people don't realize, that the don't ever fuck with the little man. Don't ever do that. We will eat your fucking liver. We don't. It's like, don't ever talk shit to the waiter about your food. Ask nicely, but don't ever talk shit ever about your food. Don't do it. I'm telling you, I used to work in the food industry. Don't do it. Anyways, I sure appreciate all of you for hanging out tonight, but I got to get on and get on to bed because I got to work tomorrow, and I want to get some sleep. So I will see you next week, and I hope you all have a wonderful week, and be good and true to yourselves and to your people and your friends and your family, and remember, love and light, and the Creator's got you. Love, Beaks.
This motherfucker don't miss.
No, he's fucking good.
That motherfucker don't miss, man.
He's good.
In the heat of battle, he don't miss.
No.
In the heat of controversy, he don't miss.
No.
It's a mystery wrapped in a riddle inside an enigma. Don't you get it?
Say woof again! Say woof again!
I've got one that can see.
Welcome to the underground.
This is my kung fu, and it is strong.
See you later.